Chapter 1408. Chu Wu Continent. The shrine was in ruins. The group of novice, martial, heavenly kings were all silent. They were not ordinary martial artists. They were all top-notch experts, and the youngest among them was at least 10,000 years old. This time, Chu Wu had suffered heavy losses. 5 at the 8th rank had been killed, 4 had died when they broke through 7, and 10 when they broke through 6. A total of 19 experts had died. It seemed to be less than half of the 50 people, but the death of the fist god alone was equal to the loss of the other players who had broken 6 or 7, or even more. This was a beginner cultivator who was closest to breaking 9. In the end, he was killed by Fong Ping. Although Fist God did not die in Fong Ping's hands and chose to merge with the heavenly arm in the end, if not for the fact that he had no chance of survival, Fist God would not have made this choice. Although everyone knew that Fist God and the others had kicked a steel plate this time. Even so, after Fong Ping had exposed his true strength, he had killed a few rank 8 powerhouses directly. Choked sobs could be heard everywhere on the Chu continent. Although the weak didn't know what had happened, they knew that many beginner martial arts experts had died. Those who were related by blood could even sense the death of their ancestors. At this moment, mournful cries could be heard everywhere. In the dilapidated hall, Fong Ping was very calm. It was frighteningly calm. The nether god was also very calm. All of his sorrow were hidden in his heart. Would the nether god hate him? Fong Ping knew it would. Even if he and the fist god didn't see eye to eye, they had been friends for tens of thousands of years. Both of them were fighting for beginners. Even if they didn't see eye to eye, it was just because they were going in different directions. It didn't mean that their goals were different. Did the god of the underworld want to kill the cat? Yes. It was just that he was wary of Fong Ping's strength and dared not make a move. If Fong Ping had shown weakness earlier and Fist God had been able to restrain him, would the underworld god have just stood by and watched? No way. Fong Ping understood all these. Even the nether god knew. In order to pass on Chu Wu's legacy, the god of the underworld chose to sit back and watch. Because at that time, Fong Ping and Cat had already exposed their breakthrough 9 ability, and the suppressing heavenly king was still on his way. If Chu Wu dared to resist 3 breakthrough 9 powerhouses, he would be slaughtered today. Congratulations, Senior Sky Arm. Fong Ping saluted Celestial Arm slightly, congratulating him. He broke through the 2nd gate. Not only had Sky Arm broken through 2 gates, but his essence, spirit, and spirit had also reached a pinnacle. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of breaking through 8 gates, given some time, Sky Arm would definitely be able to reach that level very quickly. No smile could be seen on Heavenly Arm's face. It was a little forced and a little dazed. Should he be happy? If his strength improved, then he should be happy. However, this was exchanged at the cost of 5 elementary martial breakthroughs of 8 and more than 10 heavenly monarchs who broke through 6 and 7. Heavenly Arm really could not bring himself to be happy. You broke 9. Sky Arm changed the topic. Although everyone could tell, he still asked to confirm it. Fong Ping smiled but did not answer. The next moment, Fong Ping said loudly, Fist God and the others attacked Song Mao. Senior Heavenly King Garrison killed Chu. Congratulations to Heavenly King Garrison. A loud shout resounded in all directions. The Chu Wu continent shook. The sea quaked. In the void, an old man walked over, his gaze fixed on Fong Ping. Heaven, subduing king. Heavenly King Zhen looked at Fong Ping, and Fong Ping looked back at him. Heavenly King Zhen smiled and said, Slowly, you've matured. Maturity is often accompanied by death. Fong Ping was still calm. Heavenly King Zhen said this, not because Fong Ping made him a scapegoat, not because Fong Ping continued to hide his strength, but because he set him up on the opposite side of Chu. Yes, everyone present knew that Fong Ping killed them, but did the others know? Perhaps, in their opinion, only Heavenly King Zhen had this strength in the 3 realms. Would the people of Chu Wu continent doubt it? No way. The underworld god and the others did not dare to reveal the news to the public. It could only be Heavenly King Jin who killed them. As for the future, who would believe his excuses in the future? Even if Heavenly King Jin did not kill them alone, he had participated in it. Heavenly King Jin was too closely related to Chu. His teacher, Sun God, was even one of the leaders of Chu even now. Fang Ping was scheming against him. Was Heavenly King Jin angry? A little. He had a good relationship with Fist God and the others. If it were him, he would never kill these people. Using force to intimidate these people was Heavenly King Jin's first choice. Fang Ping, however, killed these people directly. Last time, Sacred Martial God and the others attacked Cat. In the end, Heavenly King Jin did not kill a single one. Although it was said that they were exiled, in fact, those people quickly returned to Chu. Today, Fang Ping did not say much at all. He killed them directly. After killing them, he even threw the blame to Heavenly King Jin. Should Heavenly King Jin be happy? He should not be. Not only did Fang Ping kill these old friends, but he also made him a scapegoat. He even made the emperors wary of him. This was actually very dangerous. That was what Fang Ping did. Did Fang Ping not know the consequences? He knew too. Heavenly King Jin looked at him and said slowly, "Are you afraid?" Afraid? Fang Ping smiled and said, "Why should I be afraid? I'm not afraid. I'm just afraid that I don't have enough enemies to kill." When old Zhang left, after going to Spirit Emperor Dojo, I knew that this became my responsibility. That guy left on purpose. He didn't leave a single one behind. He wanted to avoid this responsibility, but I had to pick it up. That's my responsibility. If that's the case, I'm not afraid. You took this thing, so you have to pick it up. Who asked your hands to be so cheap? Heavenly King Jin looked at him and sighed. He felt some sympathy and pity. Fang Ping smiled. "Why are you looking at me like that? I should be the one pitying you. You're finished. Not only did you break 9, but you're also so strong. You're really finished. There are emperors who have their eyes on you." Heavenly King Jin laughed lightly. He did not think much of it. He directly ignored this and said with a faint smile, "I'm not afraid because I think I'll be cleared of suspicion very soon." How long can you hold it in? He did not care too much about who did it. Everyone might think it was him now. Not long after, it would not be him anymore. Fang Ping would be exposed. Since he had already been exposed today, Fang Ping would not believe that the new martial artists would not leak the secret. Very soon, he would use this opportunity to create the greatest benefits. Therefore, Heavenly King Jin really did not care too much. He sympathized with Fang Ping. After this time, Chu Wu would definitely hate him to the core. Even if everyone did not say anything. Even if everyone was afraid of him now. But what about after that? Unless Chu Wu was completely destroyed, the catacombs hated him. Chu Wu hated him. The emperors hated him. Fang Ping was only left with the humans. But what about the humans? Fang Ping was a hero of the humans. Was he not afraid that one day, when the world was at peace, the humans would not be able to accept an executioner like him? He had killed too many people. Heavenly King Jin looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not think much of it. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Did he have a future? He did not know. Did he really have a future? Fang Ping had not really thought about it. Retirement? Returning to Nanshan? Those were just dreams. There was no need to think about those. Heavenly King Jin saw that he did not care and did not say anything else. Looking at the dilapidated main hall, he sighed softly, bowed slightly, and said in a low voice, "Farewell, old friends!" Friends. Many of the new martial artists were his friends. When he followed the sun god, he had been traveling in the Chu Wu mainland for thousands of years. He had made friends with many people, but today many had died. He was familiar with most of the 19 powerhouses who had died in battle. They had even discussed Tao together, drank together, had a meal together, chatted with each other. Today they were all dead. Fong Ping was getting more and more ruthless. He knew that Fong Ping was anxious and afraid, cutting through the Gordian knot. This was Fong Ping's mentality. He did not have time to play around with Fist God and the rest, nor did he have time to prevent them from causing trouble. So, he simply killed them all, leaving no one alive. As for the underworld god and the rest, even if they hated him, would they still dare to be enemies with the humans after witnessing a few broken 8 powerhouses being killed? Even if the emperor came, even if the emperor was stronger than Fong Ping, they might not dare to, because Fong Ping was too hard to read. Invincible, undefeatable. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would always be invincible and undefeatable. His battles had long proven this point. Fist God and the rest did not have much contact with him, so they did not feel this way. However, the underworld god and the rest knew that Fong Ping seemed to always have a trump card that he had not shown. Simply put, he was afraid of being killed. Unless Fong Ping was dead. Otherwise, how many powerhouses in the 3 realms would dare to be enemies with Fong Ping? And this was what Fong Ping wanted. Wasn't a demon supposed to make people afraid? He did not need awe or worship. He only needed to make the enemy afraid. Make them tremble. Heavenly King, suppressing, bowed. Very quickly, he lifted his head and looked at Fong Ping again. Do you need help? Fong Ping looked at him and said with a smile, Is Godfather willing to help? Heavenly King, suppressing, laughed and said quickly, Now, even I am not enough to make you feel at ease. Not really. Fong Ping said with a smile, We've discussed these things before. I don't want to discuss these things anymore. Heavenly King, suppressing, sighed again. This time, Fong Ping's trip had caused an earth-shattering commotion. However, was Fong Ping willing? Was he happy? This time, the people he was dealing with were not the enemies in the catacombs. In the eyes of outsiders, Tian Qin, whom he was dealing with, was an ally of the humans. In the eyes of outsiders, Fist God and the rest who he was dealing with might also be allies of the humans. In the end, Tian Chen's Tao was broken, and he was suppressed in the human world. Fist God and the rest were simply killed. Fong Ping was preparing for the upcoming battle. He wanted to wipe out all the unstable factors, and this fire would first burn from within. Lin Zi, where are dragon form and the rest? Heavenly King, suppressing, suddenly said. The 2 of them were too closely related to the martial emperors. Spirit Emperor's niece, Beast Emperor's descendant, God Emperor's disciple. How should Fong Ping choose? This was not King Kuan and the rest, nor was it Chu Wu. These people had been fighting for the humans previously. Would Fong Ping be at ease with them? Heavenly King, suppressing, felt that Fong Ping might not be at ease. If he was not at ease, what should he do? Kill them? Suppress them? He wanted to know what Fong Ping would choose. If this went on, Fong Ping would be deserted. Even the humans would not agree to Fong Ping returning kindness with enmity to their friends. Fong Ping chuckled and said, It's fine if they don't participate in the battle. After all, they're their relatives. I don't expect them to participate in the battle. Find a place to watch the show. When the outcome is decided, if I win, they don't change. If their relatives win, they might not change either. Isn't this the best? You still suspect them? Not really. I just can't bear to let them attack my relatives. Don't tell me you want me to let Dragon Form kill Beast Emperor and Lin Zi kill Spirit Emperor? The conversation between the 2 was in front of Chu Wu. There was no voice transmission or shielding. They just talked to each other and let them listen. The underworld god did not say a word and did not interrupt. He did not know if this was a trap. What did Heavenly King, suppressing, mean? He and Fong Ping might not be of one mind. This time Fong Ping killed Chu Wu. He might be dissatisfied. He might even become estranged from Fong Ping. Then, should the underworld god consider joining forces with Heavenly King, suppressing, to take revenge? But was this a trap? The underworld god did not know. He did not want to know either. At this moment, he had forgotten everything just now. He did not want to think about it anymore. Now, Chu Wu could only join forces with the humans to fight against the emperor. As for the future, they would talk about it after they survived. Chu Wu still had many people who needed them. They could not die now. There were so many Chu Wu continents, and there were still hundreds of millions of people alive. And in the field, the 31 Chu Wu Heavenly King powerhouses were all they could rely on. Heavenly King Suppressing did not say anything more. He did not communicate with the Chu Wu people anymore. He said, "If there's a need, you can call me. But next time, don't throw the blame to me." After saying this, Heavenly King Suppressing tore the void and disappeared from the hall. Fang Ping did not say anything. He watched him leave silently. Soon, only his side and Chu Wu's group were left in the field. 3 powerhouses who had broken through 8 gates. At this moment, Heavenly Arm had broken through 2 gates. The Underworld God had broken through peak 8 gates. An illusion was close to breaking through 2 gates. There were still 6 people who had broken through 7, and 22 people who had broken through 6. Fang Ping glanced at the crowd. Some lowered their heads and did not look at him. Some looked calm. Some hid resentment and anger in their eyes. Fang Ping was too ruthless. Fang Ping did not say anything. His mentality erupted and sealed off a small space. The 3 people who had broken through 8 and Fang Ping were isolated inside. Senior Underworld God, I don't deserve it. The Underworld God sighed slightly. You have broken through 9. You don't deserve to be called a senior. Whether he did not deserve it or was unwilling, Fang Ping did not care. Fang Ping smiled. He did not care. He continued, "Since Fist God and the others have fallen, what do you think about the Alliance, Underworld God?" Yes. Having said that, the Underworld God said, "Chu Wu's strength is weak. Even if they join forces, they may not be a match for an emperor. No, definitely not a match for an emperor. What do you think, King Rin?" The alliance was to deal with emperors. But now, Chu Wu had suffered heavy losses. How could they deal with emperors? The alliance for Chu Wu is not to deal with emperors. Actually, it's mainly to suppress the catacombs. Fang Ping said calmly, "There are too many martial artists in the catacombs. There are also many low-level human martial artists, but not as many as them. I can't kill all the hundreds of millions of martial artists in the catacombs before the great battle." He said this too calmly. It was so calm that the Underworld God and the others felt a chill in their hearts. But the heaven-human realm wall is broken and the 3 realms are united. When that time comes, there will be chaos. What I mean is that the Chu Wu mainland should move now. It should move toward the catacombs. When that time comes, we humans and Chu will join forces and seal off the catacombs. When the 3 realms are united, there may be people in the catacombs who want to take the opportunity to unify the 3 realms and become the overlord of the 3 realms. When that time comes, we may all face big trouble. At this moment, only by working together can we suppress the catacombs. The Underworld God was silent for a while. His illusory voice said faintly, "King Rin, if that's the case, can't we join forces and kill those Chu Wu in the catacombs now?" Fang Ping laughed. "I want it too. It's fine if I kill one. If I kill a few more, there will be many emperors who will arrive soon. The emperors have been planning for 10,000 years. These people are important pawns. Will they let me kill them all?" "Impossible. Monster Emperor, King Kuin, Hongyu. These people, which one of them doesn't have emperors behind them? I'm not stupid. I really don't know these things. If I kill them now, it will only bring forward the day when the heaven-human realm wall is broken. The arrow that Heavenly Emperor Zhan shot earlier will be wasted." Kill the powerhouses in the catacombs? It was not that Fang Ping had never thought of it. However, Fang Ping knew that it would not work. He could still kill one. If he killed 2, there might be emperors who would arrive directly. If he killed 3 or 4, Fang Ping would be destroying the 9 emperors' 10,000-year plan. When that time came, Fang Ping would definitely be killed by the emperors who would arrive in anger. Whether the emperor's arrival that day was an act or because of the weapon master's death, there was no way to determine this point now. Was the emperor's replacement a weapon master? If so, then the emperor's arrival that day was a good reason. Fang Ping needed some time. These beginners could also be pawns left for some people to prove their Tao. However, the beginners were just icing on the cake. They were not important pawns. Fang Ping killed them, so be it. Those people, however, were different. There were not many powerhouses in the origin path now. Fang Ping had killed almost all of them. If there were more powerhouses in the origin path before, Fang Ping would not be sure who were the emperor's pawns. Now, looking at the Heavenly King ranking, how many people were there? After killing a large number, the situation was already very clear. Before this, there were less than 100 beginners and Heavenly Kings of origin. Today, Fang Ping killed nearly a quarter of them. There were probably only 50 to 60 Heavenly Kings in the 3 realms now. Beginners and origin were split in half. The possibility of beginners being substitutes was not high. That meant that the difficulty of choosing the 9 emperors' substitutes from the few Heavenly Kings in origin was greatly reduced. Fang Ping laughed at himself in his heart. The 3 realms' origin powerhouses had to thank him. Now Li Zhu and the others should have some judgment. Moreover, they might already have a clear target. Because too many people had died, it was convenient for them to determine the target. Most of the emperor's first seats were killed. There were only 3 of the 8 kings left. 36 saints were almost wiped out by Fang Ping. The remaining 2 or 3 were hiding somewhere. At this time, if they still could not confirm some things, then Hong Kuan and the others were too stupid. Huan did not say anything. Heavenly Arm suppressed some of the emotions in his heart and said, "Of course, that's not a problem. What about us?" That was a mission for the middle and lower levels. What were they going to do? Cultivate. Fang Ping laughed. Seniors, all of you are broken 8 now, but it's not enough. 31 Heavenly King powerhouses. If they all have some improvement, if they join forces, even if they can't defeat the emperors with 1 broken 9, they can still stop 1 emperor. Stop! And with the broken 9, the meaning in Fang Ping's words made their hearts tremble slightly. The underworld god said in a low voice, "Human King, since we're working together, can you tell us about your future plans? There are 9 emperors. Even the earthly sovereign hasn't fallen, including the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Reverse Emperor. There are 11 supreme powerhouses. The sun god has never appeared, so he is not a sun god. 11. How can the 3 realms fight them? Too many. This was not a small number. If 11 supreme powerhouses really joined forces, how could the 3 realms fight them? Fang Ping said meaningfully, "Don't worry. The emperors are not one, and they won't be united. There will always be someone who will work with us." The underworld god raised an eyebrow. Someone has contacted the king now. Underworld god, there are some things that may not be a good thing to know now. Fang Ping said it calmly. The underworld god could not verify whether it was true or not. He also knew that this was a big secret. After thinking for a while, he did not ask again. Still, he said, "On the human side, broken 9. Even with the Azure Cat, there are only 3. Did the human king contact those people in the catacombs? This is the advantage of the Tao of Origin over us. They can break 9. The Tao of Origin had not been broken. Once the 3 gates were broken, even if it was only the virtual gate, it was still broken 9. Therefore, on the catacombs side, if they could work together, there was a high chance that a few powerhouses who broke 9 would be born. At that time, they would be more confident in fighting against the emperors." Fang Ping smiled. "I will consider this. Of course, it's not like there are no missions for beginner martial. Find the sun god." Fang Ping's eyes lit up. The sun god and the celestial emperor are most likely enemies, not together. Otherwise, if the sun god and the celestial emperor joined forces, why would it be so troublesome? Now the 9 emperors and the Celestial Emperor are not on the same side, and the Celestial Emperor is also secretly making arrangements. I think all this is not caused by the 9 emperors, but by the Sun God. The Sun God is also a beginner martial powerhouse, even a beginner martial emperor. If you can find the Sun God and let it fight against the Celestial Emperor, then our chances will be greater. Sun God. At this point, Fong Ping had already judged that the Sun God was very likely to be enemies with the Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, the Celestial Emperor and the Sun God would have suppressed the heroes, and the 3 realms might have been different long ago. How could such a situation happen now? Therefore, if they found the Sun God, it might solve a lot of trouble. They all nodded slightly. Fong Ping did not continue and said, "Senior Sky Arm, I have something to ask you in private." The underworld god and illusion did not say much and left quickly. They still had to appease beginner martial. As for what Fong Ping asked Sky Arm about, they did not want to care. "What questions do you have, King Man?" King Man. Before this, Sky Arm called him King Man when there were people and Fong Ping when there were no people. Now, even if there were no people, he was still King Man. Some changes in the way he addressed him also represented some psychological changes. Fong Ping suppressed some of the thoughts in his mind and did not let them show on his face. He smiled and said, "I heard from Ironhead that Senior once said that a powerhouse had descended from the Sky Arm continent. It might be an emperor. I wonder which emperor it is." "Emperor?" Sky Arm was a little puzzled. He quickly shook his head and said, "It's not an emperor. If you're talking about the previous time, it wasn't an emperor who descended." "It's not an emperor?" Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. "Sun God?" "It's not a sun god either. If a sun god's aura appeared, I would recognize it." Sky Arm was a little hesitant, but he still said quickly, "It's not a sun god either. It's a powerhouse that I'm not too familiar with." "Of course, it's not accurate to say that I'm not familiar. The other party has some smell of seeds." Fong Ping's pupils contracted slightly. The smell of seeds? Fong Ping took a deep breath. "Does the seed have a consciousness?" "I'm not sure." Sky Arm really did not know. Noticing Fong Ping's attention, Sky Arm said again, in the past, beginner martial artists had almost all come into contact with seeds. That's why they're very familiar with these smells. It was like that one time. I sensed some seeds smell and followed it. In the end, I couldn't catch up to it. The other party is very strong. He sensed my presence and left very quickly. I suspect that the other party is someone from the human world." He glanced at Fong Ping and said, "It's very likely that the other party has come into contact with real seeds. He might even have cultivated at the seed side. That's why the smell is very strong. Of course, it will dissipate after a long time. At that time, the other party might have just finished cultivating not long ago. Martial artists at the origin realm might not be able to sense it much, but beginner martial artists are very familiar with this state." "The smell of seeds," Fong Ping murmured. "Seeds. Qin Feng Qing. What was the connection between the two? Did Qin Feng Qing find the existence of seeds on Earth? Or was he related to seeds from the start? This guy had disappeared for so long. Had he been cultivating at the seed side all this time? What realm was he in now?" Fong Ping was very clear about the seed's power. It was an all-round improvement. They had only cultivated at the seed side. In a short period of time, everyone had a huge breakthrough. What about the real seed? Cultivating at the real seed's side might have a different flow of time. What realm had Qin Feng Qing cultivated to? Why did he come to Chu mainland? Could it be to visit Iron Head? This is getting more and more interesting. Fong Ping laughed. The powerhouses of the 3 realms had appeared. Even the mysterious seed of rebirth had some clues. What about him? Previously, Fong Ping thought that he might be related to Sun God and Celestial Emperor. Later, Celestial Emperor seemed to have nothing to do with him. The Sun God was denied by Heavenly King Jin. Fong Ping had also thought of the seeds at that time. But now, The seeds might be related to Qin Fengqing. What about himself? Who was the chess piece that he was? Or was it that someone had more than one chess piece? My ability to break 9 will soon spread. The person behind me doesn't want me to lose control. Maybe they'll attack me. Or maybe me becoming stronger is actually someone else's scheme. They're using me to target the 9 emperors and the others. Fang Ping decided not to think about it, but he still had to be careful. He might be in danger in the near future. Maybe the emperors would attack him. Not a clone, but their real bodies. Although he had made the heavenly King Zhen take the blame, it did not mean that the emperors would believe him. They might also suspect him. If that happened, it would not be the emperor's clones that attacked him. Looking back at Iron Head and Old Man Li, who were still cultivating, Fang Ping's gaze was solemn. Maybe it was time to let them go back. This time, both of them had gained a lot. Fang Ping was not sure how much they had strengthened. As for himself, his gains were average. However, he had taken away the mentality crystal of broken consciousness. There should be some gains. At least the mentality cut by the clones could be replenished. This was for sure. Fusing the world. Replacing true blood, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. These two were the clear directions he could improve in at the moment. Fusing the world was not something that could be done overnight. True blood. He might really have to make a trip to the source. There are still 4 seeds. If I rely on myself, even if I can rival Celestial Emperor, I'm still no match for them if they join forces. I should also pay attention to the 4 seeds. Fang Ping had a plan in his heart. Next, not only would he strengthen himself, but he would also strengthen the human race. Chapter 1409. Fang Ping did not linger on Chu Wu's side. After killing so many Chu Wu people, he would be asking for trouble if he lingered. Old Man Li and Iron Head had just woken up when Fang Ping led them away with the void escape. It was very secretive. Fang Ping was afraid that someone would kill him along the way. Of course, he came out quickly and solved the problem quickly too. Even if the emperors found out, they would not be able to find Fang Ping and kill him so quickly. Deep in the sea, on a small island, Fang Ping looked at Old Man Li and Iron Head with a questioning expression. How was the effect? Old Man Li absorbed Spear God, while Li Hansong absorbed Divine Palm Justice. They were powerhouses who had broken 2 gates. Old Man Li had also absorbed Staff Saint, who was killed earlier. There were also a few who had broken 7 and many who had broken 6. So many powerhouses had been absorbed by these 2. Heavenly Hound wanted to do it once, but Divine Palm Justice escaped from its mouth in the end, unwilling to fulfill its wish even at death's door. This made Heavenly Hound very depressed. Old Man Li saw Fang Ping looking at him and nodded slightly. He said softly, "When 9 emperors killed Chu Wu back then, I'm afraid it was purely to strengthen itself. 9 emperors might not care much about the fight for Tao. The effect is very good. Chu Wu's vitality force and vitality are very strong. The only thing they are lacking is mentality." Fang Ping nodded and looked at him, unsure of his vitality strength. With Fang Ping's ability, most martial artists could not hide from him. He could not see through Old Man Li. Old Man Li smiled. There should be 20 million cards. Only this much. Fang Ping said subconsciously. Then he said immediately, "You absorbed 2 people who had broken 8 and you only strengthened this little bit?" Old Man Li was speechless. "Do you think my ability changed? Besides, I can't absorb all of them. If I absorb any more, I'll lose control easily. It's good enough to be close to breaking 8. Fang Ping was speechless. He looked at Iron Head. Iron Head grinned. "I'm fine. My only difficulty lies in Tao. I didn't care much about Phantom Tao. As for Truth Tao, I borrowed his strength to help me break through very far. Now it's almost 200,000 meters. 200,000 meters. That was breaking 7. However, Tai Tu had successfully forged his jade bones, and it was a complete jade bone, which was much stronger than Moon's spirit's fake jade bones. In that case, he would be able to break through the 8th rank. Of course, he might still be lacking. However, this fellow had Emperor armor on him, which was extremely compatible. He should be able to possess break 8 defensive power. As for offensive power, Fong Ping had used his boxing gloves last time. If he matched them with the boxing gloves, he should also have break 8 offensive power. It's worth it. Fong Ping said this. Old Man Li hesitated for a moment, but still said in a low voice, "Don't say that again." Fong Ping, don't think about junior martial arts anymore. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to control yourself. He was afraid. He was really afraid. He was not afraid of what would happen to him, but he was afraid that Fong Ping would not be able to resist this temptation and continue to kill beginner heavenly kings. This time, he and Li Hansong had absorbed the flesh aura and life force of elementary martial break 8 and become much stronger. Fong Ping himself did not care about this, but Fong Ping wanted the human race to have a strong power so that they could protect themselves. He was afraid that Fong Ping would continue to kill the beginner heavenly kings and help the powerhouses of the human race. If that was the case, then Fong Ping would really become a demon. Fong Ping. Old Man Li looked at him and said with a serious expression, "We understand your stress. This stress is not from you, but from the entire human race. If we can fight, we'll fight. If we really can't fight, we'll die. What do you think neo-martial arts is? For the past 100 years, the neo-martial artists have been prepared to die. Without you, the human race would have been annihilated long ago. Even if they were not annihilated, they would not have what they have today. Enough. It's really enough. At least the human race is living freely now. When we knew that there was a great enemy of the catacombs, we were prepared to die in the hands of the catacombs' powerhouses. The comparison of combat strength back then was not 1 to 10, but a few hundred. We don't have a future, Old Man Li laughed. No matter how difficult it is now, can it be more difficult than back then? At that time, we did not know about the existence of Heavenly King Suppression and the others. 108 foreign territories. One foreign territory could match the strength of Sino Nation. Fong Ping, at that time we were also desperate, but we did not give up, nor did we take the wrong path. Now, it's actually much better than back then. 9 emperors combat Celestial Emperor, Sun God. There are a total of 12 powerhouses. No matter what, the human race can also match an emperor, right? It was only a 12 to 1 comparison of strength. Was there a need to despair now? Was there a time more hopeless than a few years ago? Old Man Li patted his shoulder and chuckled. How old are you? 21 years old. Do you really think that the earth will stop spinning without you? Do you take us for fools? Old Zhang is on earth now. Do you think he's not anxious? Right now, he didn't even know how to rack his brains to cultivate. In the past, without any resources, he was able to quickly cultivate to the impasse realm, let alone now. Martial King. Do you think that Martial King is someone who can be praised? Don't worry, this guy has the human sovereign realm. The human race's strength has skyrocketed this time, so he must have gained a lot. Sky King, Subduing King, Tianqin, and the God Creation Envoy are all on Earth. Do you think old Zhang is a good person? Do you think he will let these people go if he doesn't empty them? If we go back now, he might be able to break through 8 by now. I think this fellow will be able to fight against an emperor during the battle. Old Man Li said it happily as if he was joking. However, Old Man Li was not joking. King Wu. He was in existence who had suppressed Li Zhu. Li Zhu had broken through 8. What about King Wu? No matter what, Li Zhu had lived for thousands of years. King Wu had lived for less than 100 years. Previously, he had suppressed him. Now, the timing, geographical, and human conditions were all on the human race's side. They had also changed to the human sovereign realm, which was stronger than the previous human sovereign realm. If Li Zhu could break through 8, old Zhang could do it in the blink of an eye. He was that confident. Old Man Li believed in him. On the human race's side, Fang Ping's rise had actually only happened this year. Before this, it had always been supported by old Zhang. Even now, everyone's trust in King Wu was actually still slightly higher than Fang Ping's. It was true that Fang Ping was strong, but Fang Ping always revealed everything he had. Old Zhang, on the other hand, often secretly made some surprises. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. Honestly, he trusted Zhang Tao too. On the human race's side, if there was a war, who Fang Ping trusted the most, it would be Zhang Tao, not Heavenly King Jin. Since he had caused trouble in the catacombs, the guy who had backed him up, now that he had surpassed old Zhang's strength, he did not count on him anymore. However, old Manly was right. Fang Ping smiled. Instructor, I understand. Don't worry, I won't self-destruct so easily. Aren't you still here? Old Zhang is here too. Old Wang has also broken through 8 now. Even Ironhead, that idiot, can break through 8. What else is impossible? Fang Ping smiled. Me, old Zhang, you, Ironhead, old Wang, and when old Yao comes back. There are many heavenly kings in the human race. Commander Li and Senior Warlord are also going to be heavenly kings soon. There's also that old geezer, Heavenly King Jin. I'm worried that he's involved with the Sun God, but I'm not worried that he'll attack the human race. I'm just worried that he'll leave the human race, counting. Just the human race's own heavenly kings will be more than 10 people by then. The heavenly kings are all here. Breaking through 9 is not far away. Fang Ping smiled. As long as they reach the heavenly king realm, I'll have a chance to let them break through 9. A large group of them breaking through 9. Even if they're not as good as the Emperor, they can still besiege the Emperor. Therefore, my pressure isn't as big as you think, Instructor. The 4 seeds had a goal. As long as the human race powerhouses reached the heavenly king realm and could withstand a huge breakthrough in vitality and the transformation of life essence, then they could break through 9. This was the human race's chance. As for going against the Emperor alone, Fang Ping actually had no confidence. When Old Manly heard this, he nodded and smiled. It's good that you know what you're doing. Don't worry, us old bones are all standing behind you. I heard what Heavenly King Jin said earlier. Don't take it seriously. How can the human race not tolerate a human king? Outside, you're the demon king. Inside, you're the human king. Right now, there are some rumors saying that you've killed too much. What do they know? Old Manly said lightly. Many people are living peaceful lives now, but they don't understand how this peaceful life came about. It's okay. Tens of millions of martial artists know how much you've sacrificed. When the 3 realms become one, then they'll understand what the human race is facing. Right now, Old Zhang is helping you build momentum and publicize in the human race. Don't worry, you're the human race's hero. No one can doubt you. Do you really think that our saber isn't sharp enough? It's just a little trick by the catacombs. Old Zhang is already investigating. Very soon, these discordant voices will all be settled. If the human race really wants to rebel against you, then it'll be Old Zhang who'll lead. Old Manly chuckled. If he doesn't lead on the human race's side, no one's prestige is stronger than yours. This old thing. Kid, when the time comes, we'll find a chance to kill him. Just kill him. You'll be the biggest. Who can rebel against you? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. You're amazing. I'll pass on this to Old Zhang. Just wait to be beaten up. What a joke. Old Manly sneered. Is he my opponent now? When I go back, I'll say it in front of him. What can he do? That's fine too. If he really attacks me, I'll beat him up. Do you think you're the only one who wants to beat him up? I still want to. Back then, when I dealt with the Yang family, this guy didn't hold back. He scolded me like I was his son. I'm already so old, but I'm worse off than a grandson in front of him. When I go back this time, see how I'll take revenge on him. Fang Ping burst out laughing. Iron Head also scratched his ears and cheeks. That's not good, right? Old Man Li was going to rebel. Old Man Li rolled his eyes at him. Ignoring him, he laughed again. As long as you know what I'm saying. Although old Zhang is a bit of a bastard, he's not the kind of person who would kill all the birds and beasts. If he didn't even have this bit of trust, the human race wouldn't have come this far. Kid, don't think that you're strong now. If old Zhang didn't protect you in the past, you wouldn't be where you are today. He can't believe it. If you rebel against the human race, I'll rebel with you. When that time comes, the human race won't be the human race that you're protecting. It won't be the human race that I'm protecting either. Fang Ping nodded and smiled. Don't worry. I really don't care about these things. As he said that, Fang Ping sighed. Suppressing Heavenly King didn't say these to drive a wedge between old Zhang and me. I understand what old man means. He's afraid that I'll kill too much and cause trouble in the future. Not just the human race, but after the 3 realms fuse. Fang Ping said softly, Teacher, you said that if the 3 realms fuse and the human race wins the catacombs and new martial arts, tens of billions of people, will the human race be annihilated? As soon as he said that, Old Man Li understood too. This time, Old Man Li's expression changed slightly. He nodded quickly. I understand. That Old Man Li still thinks highly of you. He thinks that you might win. If you win, the 3 realms will be unified, and these tens of billions of people will be integrated into the human race. When that time comes, you'll be vilified and ostracized. No matter how strong Fang Ping was, he was only one person. When that time came, tens of billions of people would think that he had killed too much. The people he killed were their loved ones and leaders. How would Fang Ping feel then? Kill them all? Obviously, this was not possible. The sin of killing would be too heavy. Tens of billions of people. This was not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. At this time, Old Man Li really understood. His expression turned slightly solemn. Iron Head was also frowning. The human race was killing. Fang Ping was also killing. Could it be the same? Fang Ping killed the other party's leaders. Not just 1 or 2, but many. Once the 3 realms fused and unified, Fang Ping could use his strength to suppress everyone. However, would there be no other voices? He had killed too many. Fang Ping's reputation was too big. The Devil King's reputation was also too big. Iron Head and Old Man Li frowned. Fang Ping, however, said in amusement, I'm just saying. Both of you, do you really believe that we humans can win? Even if we win, can I survive until the end? Even if I survive until the end, do I still care about these things? Honestly, this is actually quite good. When the time comes, if old Zhang doesn't die, this fellow is very hypocritical. Don't think that he has killed many people. The others don't really understand him. If he shows up, the 3 realms fusion will not be too difficult. As soon as he said that, Old Man Li said indignantly, I was wondering why this old fellow has been so low-key recently. It turns out that he's preparing to take over the 3 realms. You've taken all the blame. That fellow has it easy. Forget it. Fang Ping rolled his eyes and joked. You're just putting on an act in front of me. Who knows how happy you are in your heart? Luckily, old Zhang took over. If this little bastard Fang Ping took over, wouldn't the 3 realms be in chaos? Old Man Li laughed out loud. Needless to say, he really thought so. If the 3 realms were really unified and the humans won, who would be the most suitable leader of the 3 realms? It really would not be Fang Ping. Martial King Zhang Tao. Fang Ping laughed again. It's true. Don't worry. Why would I be jealous of this old man? I can't be more happy. This big mess, even if it was given to me, I would be too lazy to take over. It's too troublesome. I'll squeeze him dry so that this old man won't have peace for the rest of his life. He'll work himself to death every day and watch Minister Xia grow old day by day. He won't have time to talk about his sunset love. You're too black-hearted, kid. Old Man Li did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was really black-hearted. Fang Ping said quickly, As for old Zhang, I actually have some ideas. What? How about bringing Hua Qidao back to the humans? Old Manly frowned and said thoughtfully, Old Zhang didn't say anything himself. Hua Qidao's usefulness is not that great. Previously, Old Zhang thought that the big enemy was the catacombs, so he wanted to send Hua Qidao into the catacombs and even monitor Li Zhu. But now it's not that useful. Li Zhu might have discovered something unusual long ago. Even if he didn't, he's a paragon. Even if he's an emperor level now, what's the use of staying in the catacombs? Fang Ping shook his head. It's useless. Besides, we don't know when he'll be killed. Old Zhang can't say anything about bringing him back. I think it's better to bring him back. But, Old Manly said in a low voice, as for Hua Qidao, he was the catacombs sky plant's royal court's left marshal in the past. Alliance leader Zhao was the left marshal before? Fang Ping did not think much of it. What's wrong with the left marshal? When Hua Qidao was the left marshal, the sky plant's army was no longer what it used to be. They didn't participate in many wars with the humans. Hua Qidao's priority was to protect Sky Plant City. Back then, the humans were able to resist the Sky Plant's royal court. Although Old Zhang strategized, Hua Qidao also provided a lot of information so that Old Zhang could be prepared. That was why he could successfully defeat the opponent. Hua Qidao was still very useful in the early days. Old Zhang stayed on Earth all year round to handle chores, but he seemed to know everything in the three realms. This had a lot to do with the spies he had planted. Among them, Hua Qidao, who was the left marshal, was one of the higher-ups of the Sky Plant's royal court. It could be said that the humans would know what the Sky Plant's royal court had planned back then very quickly. Old Zhang could manage Sino Nation so well, fighting wherever he pointed. Every time he fought, he would win. Hua Qidao's contribution was not small. This old fellow falsely claimed his son's credit and did not make his son famous. Fang Ping could not stand it. Shameless old thief. Hua Qidao has killed a few powerhouses. I know this. He entered the battleground of the King's War in the past and fought there. He killed a few powerhouses in Stellar Sky City. As Fang Ping said that, he added, these are also inevitable. Otherwise, how can he break through? How can he become the left marshal? If he doesn't become the left marshal, he won't have the credit in the future. The people he saved are more than the people he killed. It's impossible for him to go undercover without a drop of blood on his hands. To be honest, there are casualties even in sparring. I don't think it's a big deal to go undercover in the Sky Plant's royal court. Old Zhang might think it's inappropriate and bring Hua Qidao back. It might cause some conflict with Stellar Sky City. It was not a big problem for the people. Hua Qidao was not very famous. How many people knew him? The key was that Hua Qidao had killed people from Stellar Sky City in the battleground of the King's War. Stellar Sky City was the mainstay of the human race. People like the Garrison King and War King were the mainstay of the human race. Old Zhang was still worried about Stellar Sky City's attitude. Hua Qidao had killed Stellar Sky City's powerhouses. If he brought this back to the human world now, it might cause some of Stellar Sky City's powerhouses to be unhappy. There were not many powerhouses in the restricted area who fought with the outer regions. However, the battleground of the King's War was the home ground of the restricted area and Stellar Sky City. Both sides had fought there for many years. Old Man Li frowned too. If you know about this, then you should understand Old Zhang's concerns. It's really hard to explain to Stellar Sky City. I'll go and explain. Fang Ping said calmly. I've even destroyed the Yang family in Stellar Sky City. To be honest, I've brought Hua Qidao back to see everyone's attitude. If they can't even tolerate Hua Qidao, will they really tolerate me in the end? Old Zhang can't even tolerate his own son. In order to take care of other people's feelings, he even destroyed his son and killed a great hero of the human race. Do I still expect him to tolerate me in the end? I don't doubt him. But I have to think about whether he'll even give up on his son because of some pressure. Really, if that's the case, then I'll be bitterly disappointed. What's the purpose of protecting the human race? Isn't it for home? If not for home, who would fight in the front line? I have to bring him back. Old Zhang has to admit it whether he wants to or not. I'll take care of the pressure in Stellar Sky City. Before the Great War, it's hard to say if we can survive until the end. If we're still fussing over this, then we might as well not fight anymore. That's true, but they've lost their loved ones. You can't just not take care of them, can you? Fang Ping nodded slightly. This made sense, but he still said clearly, I still have to admit it. At most, we won't have any dealings in the future. You might feel bad, but I feel bad too. It's not a big problem if we tolerate each other a little. It's not like they're living together every day. Ironhead had been silent all this while. He suddenly interrupted. Then why don't we let him return with his original identity and not let people know that he's Hua Qidao? Wouldn't that be more appropriate? Are you stupid? Fang Ping said exasperatedly. Old Zhang's son has been dead for more than 10 years. Why did he suddenly appear? Does he really think everyone is an idiot? Instead of being secretive, why don't we be open and honest? At least let people know that his son has made contributions and not been hiding outside for decades. Those who don't know might think that old Zhang is worried that he's going extinct, so he let his son go into hiding. Ironhead was embarrassed. Old man, Li said with amusement, then we'll go with your idea. It's not a big problem. Old Zhang is just worried that something will go wrong at this juncture and create pressure for everyone. What pressure? If Stellar Sky City really wants to hold on to such a small matter, I would have fallen out with Stellar Sky City a long time ago when I annihilated the Yang family. Fang Ping disagreed. Were the seniors in Stellar Sky City that overbearing? Were they unreasonable? That was not the case. Otherwise, old Zhang and the others would not have risen, and neither would Fang Ping. War King and the others had guarded Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years. Even though they knew that they were no match for the catacombs, they never retreated even half a step. When the war started, which Stellar Sky City powerhouse did not fight on the front line. After the battle at the Imperial Battleground, Fang Ping's view of Stellar Sky City had completely changed. Previously, because of what happened to the Yang family, he was slightly dissatisfied with Stellar Sky City. Later on, this dissatisfaction had completely disappeared. At Spirit Emperor Dojo, the Chun family's elder ancestor had self-destructed so that Fang Ping could kill the divine sect's 3 saints. Just to block the enemy for a moment, he did not even hesitate. As for the others, when old Zhang mentioned Fang Ping's fusion, none of them hesitated and almost all of them died in battle at Spirit Emperor Dojo. Fang Ping felt that these people would not care about those things. At most, some of the juniors would find it hard to accept. However, those who had been to the battlefield would not have such thoughts, unless those fellows had not been to the battlefield. If they had not been to the battlefield, why would Fang Ping care about them? If they had not been to the battlefield and reaped the fruits of others' labor, Fang Ping could not be bothered to care about these people. After listening for a while, old man Li nodded again. Fang Ping was right. Old Zhang might have been overthinking things. If Hua Qidao were to die in the catacombs, old man Li felt that it would be a blow to old Zhang if he were to die with the title of a catacombs martial artist. All right, we'll listen to you. Old man Li did not continue talking about Hua Qidao. He said in a low voice, Then should Ironhead and I leave alone now, or should we go with you? If the 2 of us and the Heavenly Dog make a move, although we might not be able to defeat a Broken 9, it should not be a problem to hold off a Broken 9 clone for a while. No, let's go back first. Fang Ping shook his head. Both of your missions are to cultivate and strengthen yourselves. When I find a chance to break the virtual gate and help everyone break 9, both of you might fall behind when that time comes. Don't think that breaking 8 is enough now. Without the combat strength to break 9, both of you won't be qualified when it comes to the final battlefield. It's more convenient for me to go alone. At least I don't have to worry. All right then. Old Man Li did not argue further. He said, quickly, then be careful. When we leave, the king's clone probably won't attack us. As for you, if you show up again, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Someone will definitely suspect you. You caused a commotion in the divine nation of chaos. Now Chu is also in trouble. Although Heavenly King Garrison has gone twice, if you throw this blame to him, not many people will believe you. I know. Fong Ping smiled. I don't expect them to believe me. Just let them be suspicious. That's it then. Both of you return as soon as possible. I'll show up after I use the mentality crystal to break consciousness. I'll go to the catacombs and bring Hua Qidao back to Earth. If those people really want to attack me, they might be on my way to the catacombs. Be careful. Old Man Li did not know what to say. He could only remind them again. If he and Li Hansong followed, they would only be a burden. Although he and Li Hansong both had broken 8 combat strength now, it was still not enough to fight against a broken 9. It was best to leave early. Iron Head said worriedly, Why don't I follow you? I have Emperor armor. If you and I merge at a critical moment, our strength will be stronger. Our safety is still guaranteed. No need. Your current fusion won't help me that much. I have to be careful that you can't take it and get killed. Fong Ping joked. He said, quickly, go back as soon as possible and meet up with Old Wang and the rest. Also, see if you can contact Old Yao these days. He's been gone for a while. There hasn't been any news. All right then. Iron Head was helpless. His strength was still weak. He felt that he had gotten a lot of good stuff. But why was he still so weak? Old Man Li and Li Hansong left. Before they left, they called for Heavenly Hound. This dog refused to leave no matter what. It wanted to take care of the cat. Fong Ping felt that this dog did not have any self-awareness. Did it not know how strong it was? Could it take care of the cat? However, he did not persuade it. If Heavenly Hound stayed, then so be it. When the time came, the Emperor's target would be him, not Heavenly Hound. At a critical moment, it could just run away. At least it was stronger than Li Hansong, Old Man Li, and Heavenly Hound. It could also take a few hits and would not be killed instantly. As for Fong Ping, he began to digest the mentality crystals left behind by the consciousness severing. When he was done digesting, he would leave for the catacombs. If the Emperor wanted to make a move, this was the best time. Otherwise, when Fong Ping returned to Earth and met up with Heavenly King Suppression, the difficulty would increase greatly. On Earth, the God Creation envoys were not weak either. In addition, Old Zhang was on Earth, and the Emperor path was more powerful. This was something the Emperor knew. Time passed bit by bit. 3 realms. Undercurrents were surging. For many people, it was not difficult to guess when the Emperor's avatar made a move. It depended on how much the Emperor was willing to pay for Fong Ping. What kind of strength would he use to kill Fong Ping? This guy was a shit stirrer. If he did not kill Fong Ping, it would be very easy for big problems to arise. Chapter 1410. Origin. A dark place. It had always been quiet. Today a voice was heard. Fong Ping left the human world. The kingdom of chaos sank. Over at Chu Wu, Fist, Sensebreaker, and Divine Sovereign Justice were killed. Fist was killed? Someone was shocked. Fist was close to breaking 9. If he went all out, he would definitely break 9 in a life-and-death battle. Dead. Fong Ping did it. Voices came one after another. Soon, someone said Fong Ping was there. Zhen was there too. Whether it was Fong Ping, Zhen, or both of them working together, we can't be sure. Dark, Sky Arm, and Illusion are not dead. Could it be that Dark worked with them to kill Fist and the others? It's possible. After Fist returned with his dominance, he would definitely not let Dark continue, leading Chu Wu. Voices were heard in the darkness. Soon, someone sneered. A female voice. The void was quiet. A female voice said, After discussing for so long, is there still no conclusion? Don't you just want to kill Fong Ping? If you want to kill him, why are you hesitating? Sigh. Someone sighed. Fang Ping is a monster. I suspect he's the seed's backup. If we kill him, the seed might appear. But if we kill him now, and the seed appears again, are you afraid you can't get out? Can't get the seed? Someone sneered. Aren't you afraid? I'm afraid we'll raise a tiger in our bosom. Fang Ping can already cut down the tree. If we keep him, he might become a problem in the future. His Tao disappeared and is not under the control of the immortal source. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Ping chose the same Tao as Tsang Mao and formed his own domain. If this goes on, it might become a second origin. Second origin. As soon as he said this, the sovereigns fell silent. How was the origin formed? Back then, Celestial Emperor's origin star was alone in the origin. It then exploded and formed the origin. Before that, there was only one origin star in the origin universe. Celestial Emperor formed his own domain. Celestial Emperor did not take the Tao of origin. He did not exist hundreds or thousands of meters. His starting point was too high. He directly leaped over and created the origin star. Or rather, this star had always been here. Tao was created by Celestial Emperor later on. The end was in the origin. Could Fang Ping's Tao become the second origin? That was possible. If it really became the second origin, what would happen? Even the sovereigns didn't understand. After a moment of silence, the emperor's voice rang out. To kill or not to kill Fang Ping, what is everyone's decision? If we really wanted to kill him, we would have to descend with our true bodies. However, the source is in chaos, and once our true bodies leave, the source will fall into chaos. Then I can only let my avatar do it. The emperor's voice was sonorous. Many of his clones have been killed before this. Fang Ping will not be unprepared. A broken 9 clones. Killing Fang Ping is just wishful thinking. Zhen is still in the human world. Zhen's origin body has broken through to the 9th level, and his beginner martial body has broken through to the 8th peak. He is very powerful. The human emperor spoke for a while, and soon someone said impatiently, "We all know about this." To kill Fang Ping, of course, they won't send one avatar, at least 3. 3? The emperor said coldly. You're underestimating Fang Ping too much. A broken 9 clone was not as good as a true broken 9. It only had the combat strength of a fist. How could it kill Fang Ping? If the 3 doppelgangers worked together to kill Fang Ping, there was hope, but there was no guarantee that they would be able to kill him. In my opinion, to kill Fang Ping, 5 broken 9 clones. Intercept town, at least one, and be prepared to be destroyed. 5. Someone said in shock. 5 broken 9 clones to kill Fang Ping. This was overestimating Fang Ping. 5 broken 9 clones. Even War Emperor could do it. Previously, Fang Ping had killed some clones. The key was that there were too many people who participated in the battle that day, including Heavenly King subduing, and even West Emperor's clone, who had given up. In the end, Fang Ping had the battle record of killing many broken 9 clones. Now it was a siege. Besieging 3, killing broken 9, killing the tree, that was enough. Could Fang Ping be stronger than the tree? That day he could kill the tree because he burned his Tao and integrated the underworld god and the others. The emperor said coldly, either we don't move or we must kill. Otherwise, will we give resources to Fang Ping? If the broken 9 clones are killed, our strength will also be weakened. The divine weapons used to forge the clones may be left behind. They may even leave behind spiritual crystallization. Is the emperor's spiritual crystallization ineffective on Fang Ping? Either we kill him in one blow, or we give up and let him grow. The emperor's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Soon, the beast emperor's voice was heard. In that case, we need 6 broken 9 clones, but not all of us have forged broken 9 clones, and we have lost a few clones previously. The immortal origin needs to be guarded. The 3 gates need to be guarded. The beast emperor smiled faintly. Where can we find so many broken 9 clones? Not everyone could forge 9 doppelgangers at the Emperor realm. Many had died previously, and now there were not so many clones to kill Fong Ping and the others. At least 6. The Emperor said coldly, then give up. Isn't 5 too many? You can prepare 3, but I won't participate lest I die. The Emperor refused bluntly. If he prepared 3, there was hope, but the success rate was not high. He would not let his clones die again. Previously, he had lost a broken 9 clone. Spirit Emperor spoke again, sneering. I didn't expect you to plot for tens of thousands of years, but in the end, your plan was disrupted by Fong Ping. Ridiculous! The Emperor also sneered. Spirit, you and I have known each other for tens of thousands of years. Who is more noble than the other? Who is more kind than the other? Do you want to show your kindness here? Spirit Emperor said coldly. Even if I am not kind, I have never sold out my disciples, and the most outstanding disciple. The Emperor was very calm, and he was not angry. He said lightly, if I did not sell out John, would there still be you and me today? Hong has already prepared for the joint battle. If Mia and Celestial Emperor join in, will it still be our turn to plot against the common people? The eldest brother did not speak ill of the second brother, who was more kind than the other. All the crows in the world were black. In the past, in the heavenly court, he was the one who told the others that the earthly emperor wanted to rope in John. With the earthly emperor's character, he would not stop until he achieved his goal, and it was very likely that he would succeed in the end. By that time, how many of the 9 emperors would be left? He had died in battle for nearly 10,000 years, and his projection broke through the immortal origin with 1 arrow. If he had disregarded everything and entered the Emperor realm, he would be truly omnipotent. At that time, even the God Emperor might not be able to match him. You, both of you, let's not talk about the past. At this moment, the God Emperor spoke. Interrupting the fight between the two, the God Emperor's voice came from afar. To kill or not to kill, everyone make a decision. If this goes on, the people of the new heavenly court might not be able to escape Fong Ping's hands. By then, everything will be destroyed. Fong Ping is not Zhen. He is young and impetuous. He will not wait forever. With Zhen Wang around, it was nothing. Zhen Wang knew some things he could tolerate. But Fong Ping? He really could not tolerate. He might attack the other powerhouses of the 3 realms at any time. Once all of them were killed, what was the point of scheming? Scheming my ass. Others did not dare, but Fong Ping dared, and he had the strength to do it. As soon as the words came out, everyone fell silent again. Soon someone said, I agree. Kill, kill, kill. For consecutive voices for emperors spoke. The God Emperor said faintly, I agree too. 5. Do, what do you think? This was the immortal origin. Non-origin could not enter. However, the God Emperor still asked. The next moment, Celestial Emperor Reverse's voice came. If we kill Fong Ping and the seed of rebirth appears, you and I will not be able to leave the immortal origin. What should we do then? It doesn't matter. Even if we miss this chance, there will be another one. The God Emperor said lightly, it's best if Fong Ping can lure the seed of rebirth out. We can locate it and lock onto its position. Next time, it won't be able to escape. Celestial Emperor Reverse was silent for a while. Up to you. Not up to us, the God Emperor said softly. Do, to kill Fong Ping, we need everyone to work together. As usual, the minority obeys the majority. Celestial Emperor Reverse said lightly, if no one has any objections, we will naturally work together. The God Emperor laughed. Then, including me, there will be 5. Hong is missing. Celestial Emperor is in deep sleep. We have passed. The decision to kill Fong Ping was passed. Kill. The God Emperor said slowly, previously my clone was destroyed. Now that the immortal origin is in chaos, I can still form 1 more clone. Celestial Emperor Reverse sighed. I can also form 1 more clone. The God Emperor continued. Those who did not enter the seat of rebirth will have to provide one more clone. Who did not go in before? Emperor Nan, Emperor North, Emperor Beast. Emperor Earthly did not go in, but he was really missing. Now, Celestial Emperor Reverse was willing to provide one clone. Together with the God Emperor and these three, there would be 5 clones. Since the God Emperor said so, no one said no. When the God Emperor was silent, as if he was calculating who would provide another clone, Emperor West said, "Last time I lost all 4 of my limbs. This time I can't do it. Also, the immortal origin ground and the portal need someone to guard it. I will provide 1 clone to guard the immortal origin ground." "How? What about you?" The God Emperor turned his attention to Emperor Donghuang. Emperor Donghuang's voice was calm. He chuckled. "Is 6 really enough? Can one of you stop it? It's not impossible for me to provide you with a 9th layer clone. Spirit, the clone you destroyed last time was only a 9th layer clone before entering the dungeon. That was 10,000 years ago. Now provide another clone, and 7 9th layer clones will descend." 7. As soon as he said so, Spirit Emperor said coldly, "I am not interested." "Forget it." Emperor Donghuang smiled. "If Fong Ping doesn't die, I'm afraid the first one he will deal with is Celestial Emperor." Spirit Emperor snorted. He hesitated for a while and then said, "Fong Ping is the one chosen by Cat. He will not be Celestial Emperor's enemy. Ha!" Emperor Donghuang laughed. "Do you think Cat can affect Fong Ping? Why isn't Fong Ping the one who's affecting the cat?" Spirit Emperor said nothing. "Summon a 9 shattering clone. Do you think you can live in peace with Fong Ping?" Spirit Emperor was silent for a while and then said slowly, "Okay." 7 level 9 clones. This time the monarchs could not be said to not take Fong Ping seriously. Extremely seriously. The God Emperor continued, "At the immortal origin ground, Celeste will guard it. At the portal, G-Rang will guard it." In this way, all 9 of them had to provide their clones. The reason why Emperor was not assigned to the level 9 clones was because he had lost the Emperor's sword and the level 9 clone when he descended. He was not much better than Emperor Shi. 7 level 9 will descend into the 3 realms. 2 will besiege the human world and 5 will kill Fong Ping. The God Emperor made some arrangements and said quickly, "Who is Feng Yin?" Everyone was silent. The God Emperor said lightly, "Whether it is your clones or not, I hope Feng Yin will not mess things up this time. Otherwise, our anger is not something Feng Yin can bear. If it is Hong's real body, he will not be able to use his full strength now that the origin is in chaos. Moreover, Hong will not fight for Fong Ping." The God Emperor still felt that he had to make it clear so that no one would interfere. If it was the Earth Emperor's real body, it would not be a big deal. That guy's real body was hiding somewhere. However, if the origin was in chaos, he would be affected too, more than them. If his real body did not come back to guard, the origin would continue to disrupt his Tao, making him unable to go all out. At this time, Do chuckled. "What if Yang makes a move?" "That would be best." The God Emperor laughed. "He has been hiding for many years, and no one knows where he is. If we can lure him out this time, as long as we know his whereabouts, it will not be any worse than killing Fong Ping." After saying that, the God Emperor said again, "This time, I do not wish to see anyone else interfere. Gee, since the land realm has informed us, the possibility of them interfering is not high. However, we still have to remind them not to let what happened last time happen again." The God Emperor laughed. "Of course, even if they want to get rid of everything, Fong Ping is a bigger threat than us. Can't they see that? What about Chu Wu? It's fine. Fong Ping or Zhan have just killed Fist and the others. Chu Wu will not help them now." Things were arranged one by one. Soon, everyone came to a decision. 7 level 9 clones descend. The Beast Emperor and the others must have paid a high price to condense level 9 clones. However, at this juncture, they did not care too much. Their real bodies could not leave. The other powerful emperors, in addition to condensing 2 level 9 clones this time, paid an even higher price. Earth. Star Town. Iron Head and Old Man Li returned. Seeing that they had returned, but Fong Ping had not, the few people who were drinking tea looked at the two of them. Old Zhang glanced at the two of them and raised his eyebrows. Where is he? You know, Old Man Li could not be bothered with him. He said impatiently, they all want to kill him. Which powerhouse in the 3 realms does not want to kill him? So many things happened today. If he returns to Earth, the emperors might come to Earth directly to kill him. Can he come back? His tone was not good. Old Zhang was too lazy to care. He frowned and said, If you blame me, then so be it. Anyway, I don't care if one more person hates me. What's the use of blaming you? Old Man Li said angrily, I despise you. How did you become the emperor? You're still this strong now. You're almost 100 years old. You're so weak. Don't you know how to work hard? Cough, cough. On the side, the God Creation Envoy and the others coughed softly. It was about time. Who were you scolding? What 100 years, old person? So weak? Who were you talking to? Seeing that the two of them were arguing, Heavenly King Jin laughed and said, All right, don't look like your parents died. How could that kid die so easily? It was still necessary for him to lure and kill the Emperor's avatar. Now that the Emperor was trapped in the source, if the avatar was killed, there would be some loss of control over the 3 realms. This was an opportunity. Let's see how many avatars come this time. The Emperors are not stupid. They won't underestimate Fong Ping if they kill him. A lion will use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Besides, Fong Ping is not a rabbit. Heavenly King Zhen exhaled. A conservative estimate, at least 5. For to kill Fong Ping, 1 to restrain this old man. Old Zhang smiled and said, You're only worth 1? How much do I look down on you? In my opinion, at least 3 of them are enough to deal with you. Otherwise, wouldn't that be looking down on you? If one of them really comes, you can smash him and beat him up to 9th heaven to scold them. Who are you looking down on? Heavenly King, Zhen rolled his eyes. Did you think that Broken 9 was so easy to deal with? What were you thinking? You said it like you could kill Broken 9 easily. Old Man Li said in a low voice, For to kill Fong Ping? More or less, maybe more. Heavenly King Jin exhaled. That kid is too hateful. He might destroy the Emperor's 10,000-year plan. The Emperors won't let him continue. Then isn't Fong Ping in danger? That depends on how strong this kid is. Heavenly King Jin looked at Old Man Li. He fought at beginner level. Can you feel how strong he is? I don't know. Fist God and the others all committed suicide. Fong Ping didn't kill them. Fong Ping can only kill Broken 8 like Staff Saint. Heavenly King Jin looked at him and sneered. You don't believe me? I do. Old Man Li nodded and said, but he really didn't kill Fist God. Fong Ping might have Broken 9. But I think his vitality is 45 million calories at most. He stripped Tian Chen's Dao. It might not be useful. Besides, if he really burned it and Tian Chen died, even Old Cat would turn against him. Old Man Li said calmly, Don't be fooled by him saying that he doesn't care. In reality, when the time comes, he might not burn his Dao. 45 million should be his limit. He broke 9 himself, not an avatar. It's fine to deal with 2 avatars, but more he won't be able to hold on. Heavenly King Jin pondered for a moment. I have to guard the human world. Of course, I can hold back 1 or 2 avatars, but not more. God Creation Envoy laughed. Why don't I go with Zhang Tao and the few of you to intercept 1? You guys? Heavenly King Zhen looked at them and said slowly, Don't go, it's very dangerous. This time is different from the last time. This time it's to kill people. The last time the Avatar entered the mystic realm, its purpose was not to kill people, understand? Whoever stops, it will die. It's not worth it to kill an Avatar and let you die. The few of you have a mission too. Everyone looked at him, but Heavenly King Jin looked at Old Man Li and said in a low voice, "The few of you sneak into ninth heaven. Look for the immortal source. If you find the immortal source, see if there's a chance to remove the controlled Tao in the immortal source. You can't cut it. If you cut it, you might be in danger. It's best to strip it. Ninth heaven?" Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "We can't go in." Nonsense. Just because you can't doesn't mean that no one can. Sky, subduing king, glanced at the creation god envoy. The creation god envoy's face darkened. "You want me to go?" "Of course." As he spoke, Heavenly King Jin smiled and said, "Don't worry. Can Hong Kuan and the others endure it?" Right now, they were all waiting for an opportunity. Given the opportunity, would these people be willing to be controlled by others? On our side, we'll create the illusion that we're rescuing Fong Ping, making them think that we've all gone to rescue Fong Ping. These people would definitely make a move. They would not sit still and wait for death. When the time comes, all of you will hide in the dark and wait for them to fight with the Emperor's clone that was left behind. Then, all of you will find an opportunity to strip the great Tao. The blacksmith definitely has a backup plan. He was the one who created the immortal source. He definitely has a way to safely remove it. Then he added, "It's best to create some fake paths to confuse the Emperor." As soon as he said that, Zhang Tao was tempted at first. Then he frowned and said, "What about Fong Ping? I'm fine." Heavenly King Jin smiled treacherously. How could he convince Hong Yu and the rest that someone had gone to rescue Fong Ping? Of course, they had to send experts over. Who? The fragrance of books. An expert who had broken through 9 levels. Once they joined the battle, there would be a huge commotion. It was obvious that they were not fighting alone. Zhang Tao and the rest only needed to go to the Forbidden Sea first. Who would know that they did not go to rescue Fong Ping, but hid in the dark and entered ninth heaven? Heavenly King Zhen exhaled. "Don't worry about Fong Ping for now. The best choice is to free yourselves from the control. Otherwise, when the battle starts, you'll still be controlled by the immortal source. Do you really think you can get rid of it any time you want? Let Hong Yu and the rest be the vanguard. They won't be quiet. You guys go quietly. If you succeed, you can still trick the Emperor." As he said that, Heavenly King Jin added, "Be careful. Even if the Emperor sends his clone to kill Fong Ping, there will still be people left behind, and it might not be all of them." Heavenly King Zhen pondered for a moment, then said, "Go, inform Wan and Sherpa. Let them join in too. The second batch will enter. No, don't tell them the truth. Just say that Hong Yu and the rest are going. Let them seize the opportunity themselves. Li Hansong, you go with them. Let them think that the humans are unable to mobilize their forces. See if you can lure the Emperor's back up. On Wang Jinyang's side, I'll let him walk his own path. Go to the source, add some chaos, and attract the attention of the Emperor's true body, blacksmith. This time it's up to you and Kid Zhang. Whether or not you can let the powerhouses of the human race get rid of the control without anyone knowing, it's all up to the two of you." The God Creation envoy's expression was solemn. "Let's make it clear first. There can't be too many people. Otherwise, I can't forge it. And there are too many of them. The Emperor is not an idiot. He will definitely find something unusual." Your own Kid Zhang's and Heavenly King Jin thought for a moment, coughed dryly, and said, "There's also Li Zhen's and Jiang Tianming's." For it is about right. The God Creation envoy wanted to curse. "You old thing, you only saved your godson and great-grandson's great-grandson?" War King Li Zhen, Zhang Tao, God Creation envoy, just 4. Heavenly King Jin chuckled. "Nonsense, there's too much. Can you forge it? Right now, the humans are slightly stronger. Fong Ping doesn't need it. Wang Jinyang and the rest don't need it either. They're on the true path. As for the others, do you know what's going on with their Tao? If that's the case, wouldn't 4 people be enough?" Zhang Tao said faintly, Jiang Hao, the Thunder King, is almost at the Heavenly King realm. Aren't these two going to be saved? Then 6. Heavenly King Zhen's words were not sincere at all. It depended on the God Creation Envoy. The God Creation Envoy did not say anything. She only looked at Zhang Tao, looking slightly troubled. Your Tao is very special and must be very obvious. Of course, it's also very powerful. If I really strip it off, I'm afraid that something will go wrong and attract their attention. Heavenly King Zhen laughed and said it's fine. They are actually not familiar with the Emperor's Tao. If Zhang Tao could really unify the 3 realms, the Emperor's Tao would have been stripped off by itself. But isn't there no way to unify the 3 realms now? The Emperor would not give him a chance either, so he could only strip it off himself. As for the forgery, you are a master. You can do it. Heavenly King Jin chuckled and said, This kid Fang Ping is very useful this time. He has to restrain these avatars for a period of time, or even defeat these avatars to create opportunities for you and give you time. I still have to create an alibi for you. It's best if you leave all your avatars behind so that you can hide your existence. If the avatar left alive, the Emperor would definitely know that there was a problem. The boy attendant would be exposed, and Zhang Tao and the others would also be exposed if they did not rescue him. Even if the stripping of the great Tao succeeded, the Emperor would know that these people were out of control. When the time came, they might attack in advance. Old Manly could not help but ask, What about me? You. Heavenly King Jin laughed and said, You are more useful. I don't know the exact situation on the Immortal Origin, but I'm worried that the blacksmiths won't be able to get close. Because you are out of control. Old Manly nodded. The God Creation Envoy looked at Heavenly King Jin and said in a deep voice, What about yourself? Me. Heavenly King Zhen cursed in a low voice. I've been tricked. Now that the great Tao is rooted in the origin, you don't have to care about me. It's useless to care about me. Don't touch my Tao. If you do, the source will react. After cursing for a while, Heavenly King Zhen quickly said, Everyone has a mission. Whether the human race can win in the end or not, this is very crucial. After this, the emperors will not give us another chance. Only by stripping off the great Tao can we think of a way to break through 9. Otherwise, if you break through 9, those people will definitely know and find out that something is amiss. Zhang Tao took a deep breath. He knew that Heavenly King Zhen was right. However, he still could not help but say, How will Fang Ping kill more than 4 broken 9 avatars? Once he is killed, is it useful for us to get rid of the great Tao's control? It's still more important to save Fang Ping, not to get out of control now. It's okay. Heavenly King Zhen saw that they were still worried and said speechlessly, If you say it's okay, it's okay. On Fang Ping's side, there's more than 1 broken 9. Not 1. Nonsense. If it's 1, he can't stop so many people. Heavenly King Zhen humphed and said, This guy is lucky. That cat should have broken 9 too. In addition, there is another broken 9 who will pretend to be you to rescue. Don't worry, 3 broken 9 powerhouses, not to mention 4 avatars. Even 6 avatars can deal with them. If he was not confident, he would not have gambled with Fang Ping's life. But he was confident. 3 broken 9. They were all the kind of true broken 9, the kind of great Tao that was not controlled. Broken 9 avatars needed 2 people to work together to deal with the Tao tree, let alone Fang Ping and the others. 3 broken 9. At this time, old Zhang also had a strange look in his eyes. This kid really hit it well. Previously, he said, as if it was the truth, that he could no longer improve, and his brain nucleus was cracked. Damn! In the blink of an eye, his lie was exposed. Heavenly King Zhen said no more and said quickly, Everyone get ready. Those who forge iron quickly forge great Tao. I don't know when the battle will break out here. I also have to go to the outer realm to wait. You guys keep an eye on the catacombs. If they don't make a move, you guys must not make a move. Li Hansong, you go find Luan and the others. Let them be the cover. Ironhead hesitated and said, Then they're Tao. Don't worry about it. Heavenly King Jin said casually, "These two guys might be someone's pawns. It'll be easy to get into trouble if we interfere." Li Hansong said in a low voice, "Will they die?" "Probably not. Besides, they are not scheming against them. If they know about this, they will go themselves. Who doesn't want to get rid of control?" Heavenly King Jin laughed and said, "Even if you don't say it, if the people from the catacombs make a move, these two will still go. Do you think that with their personalities, they will give up this opportunity?" That was true. Iron Head felt relieved and nodded. "Okay, then I'll go inform them." After some discussion, the matter was finally settled. While the humans were discussing, the catacombs discussion also ended very quickly. At this time, it was obvious that they were secretly killing Fong Ping, but the three realms seemed to have reached a consensus, waiting for the Emperor to come and kill Fong Ping. Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. Chapter 1411. Wealth. 280 billion points vitality. 400,000 calories. 19 million spirit. 0 hertz. 190,000 hertz. Force. 1,900 vitality. 38 million calories vitality. Jade bones. 99% with qualitative change of chi and blood. Source world. 1,700 meters essence amplification. Fake Tao. 60% battle technique. Chaos vanquishing saber technique. Plus 18% power control. 99% ultimate outburst. 669636000 cal / 67640 Kalen the small island. Fong Ping absorbed broken consciousnesses, mentality crystallization. The effect was not bad, increasing his mentality by close to 20,000 hertz. After achieving balance, both his vitality and mentality had a significant improvement. The 10,000 hertz mental energy that the doppelganger had cut off had been completely recovered, and there was even some growth. Now that he had merged with his clones, Fong Ping could still retract his mentality that was used to cut. If that was the case, he would be stronger. However, if it was too powerful, Fong Ping was afraid that no one would take the bait. He still had to hide his true body. His doppelganger would grow stronger as he grew stronger, with the divine weapon as the bones, the Emperor's core as the heart, and his own flesh and blood as the foundation. Fong Ping's avatar could have been upgraded to Breakthrough 9. It was just that Fong Ping's own strength was still lacking, and he could not bear to cut off a large amount of mentality, so he did not achieve Breakthrough 9. Big Cat Tengu. Fong Ping stood up and looked at the Heavenly Hound. He was not worried about the cat. At this moment, Fong Ping was looking at the Heavenly Hound, grinning. "Are you sure you want to come with us? You're too weak, you'll die." Woof! The Heavenly Hound bared its fangs, its eyes fierce. It was being looked down upon. When had the Heavenly Hound ever been called weak? Even during the era of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, no one had ever said that it was weak. But now Fong Ping had said it. Fong Ping chuckled. "I'm just speaking the truth. You haven't even broken 9. Aren't you weak?" Woof! The Heavenly Hound let out a muffled growl. He was a little annoyed and hurt. He wasn't even as good as a cat. He was indeed weaker than them. But was it really that weak after breaking through 2 gates? Unconvinced. Fong Ping was too lazy to say anything else. He looked at the old cat on the Heavenly Hound's head and said with a smile, "Big Cat, the Spirit Emperor's avatar, might also descend this time. Don't drop the ball." The cat yawned and didn't pay much attention to it. It was just a clone, not the real body. Even if Fong Ping's avatar was destroyed, the cat would not care too much. For the experts of the 3 realms, the doppelganger was quite important. However, as long as the main body was not dead, the others were just minor details. The Azure Cat really did not care too much about these. Fong Ping did not say anything else. He stepped into the air and exhaled softly. "It's fine if it's a sovereign avatar, but I'm afraid that if it really descends, it'll be quite troublesome. If the Emperor God and the others descend, we'll be in danger. Also, Feng Yan's attitude is unclear, and we don't know his exact strength. This is also troublesome. I hope there won't be any accidents." As Fang Ping spoke, his real body had already disappeared. The python cat opened its mouth. A phantom flashed and disappeared into the cat's mouth. Tian Go's face was filled with disdain. He was already so strong. Was there a need to hide? According to its thinking, it should just do it directly. Fang Ping's avatar moved closer to the heavenly hound. As if reading its mind, he grinned and said, "This is the difference between a human and a dog. If I can kill one of you easily, then naturally I don't need to put in too much effort. Breaking 9 isn't cabbage. Even if it's an avatar, it won't be difficult for me to destroy you. But if I were to launch a sneak attack, I would be able to kill him instantly. If he could save trouble, of course he would. Moreover, if he could really kill a Breaking 9 avatar, the pressure on Fang Ping would be greatly reduced. This time, if the monarch really wanted to attack him, Fang Ping felt that at least 3 of them would need to be above Breaking 9. To be honest, the powerhouses of the 3 realms had always overestimated Fang Ping. He was a rank 5, yet the other party dared to send multiple rank SXS to kill him. He was a rank 6, yet the other party dared to send multiple rank 7s to kill him. He was a golden body, yet the true king of the catacombs wanted to kill him. From his debut until now, speaking of which, there were really not many who would underestimate Fang Ping. Every time, it was a sure-kill situation. Unfortunately, Fang Ping would exceed their expectations every time. Clearly, in just a few days, Fang Ping's strength might have undergone earth-shattering changes. Over and over again, now, unless the monarch came personally. Actually, if 7 Breaking 9 avatars joined forces, they would not be weaker than the monarch. Unfortunately, there were many Breaking 9 in the 3 realms now, including the Subduing King. There were a total of 4 Breaking 9 powerhouses. This might also be beyond the monarch's expectations. At least to the monarch's knowledge, there was only 1 Breaking 9, the Subduing King. As for Fang Ping, he might burn his Tao to break 9 at a critical moment. However, burning his Tao might not last long. 5 Breaking 9 would be enough to kill Fang Ping. As for the cat, once again, it was beautifully ignored. The cat jumped onto Fang Ping's shoulder and asked curiously, "Will they really come to kill you?" Of course. Fang Ping looked around, restraining his aura, observing the fluctuations in the space. Fang Ping felt that it was almost inevitable the monarch would come to kill him. He, this rat sh*T, was about to turn the monarch's layout into a sieve. Could these people still wait? If it were not for that arrow from Jean, the monarch's real body would definitely come this time. That arrow from Jean could be said to have saved Fang Ping's life. Otherwise, the Emperor God would definitely kill him that day. Fang Ping walked for a while, but there was still no movement. The cat looked around, and the Heavenly Hound was also extremely vigilant. Would it really come? Everything was just Fang Ping's guess. Now that he was so paranoid, even the Heavenly Hound wondered if Fang Ping was worrying too much. Fang Ping, however, did not think that he was worrying too much. At this moment, his mentality was focused, and his real body was already prepared for an instant outburst. Kill one as soon as he saw one. This was Fang Ping's plan. Today, his limit was starting to approach 70 million calories, which had already reached the standard of a spirit emperor. He did not believe that he could not kill a Breaking 9 clone if he was unprepared. The Breaking 9 clone was at most 40 million calories of vitality strength. However, the current 3 realms was not the 3 realms 30,000 years ago. It had just broken 9, and it was impossible to dominate the 3 realms. The catacombs, Hung Yu and the others gathered together, each of them maintaining their silence. Soon, someone entered the basilica and reported loudly, "Reporting to my lord, there are unusual movements in the human world. The suppressing Heavenly King has already left the human world and is moving towards the Royal Sea Mountains. Martial King, God crafting envoy, and a few other human powerhouses have also left the human world and are rushing towards the Forbidden Sea. We can't monitor the divine nation of chaos, but the chaotic Heavenly King and the crushing Heavenly King have not left. They are still staying in the same place. The Iron Fist King of the human world is suspected to be rushing towards the divine nation of chaos, possibly to ask for help. According to the spy's reply, the bloody battle god King Jinyang has already rushed to Dragon Transformation Sky. Purple Heavenly King, Dragon Transformation, Heavenly King, North Sea Heavenly King, and the others are all gathered in Dragon Transformation Sky. Pieces of information were gathered. Hong Yu stood up, waving his hand to dismiss them. After they left, Hong Yu exhaled softly and said, "The human world has turned out in full force. Fang Ping might have the intention to leave a few breaking 9 clones behind. He would not be unprepared. A great war is about to break out. Everyone, the origin is hard to cross, and 9 heavens can be broken. We will enter 9 heavens. The divine nation of chaos and the human world were about to attack and kill the emperor. Chua mainland had just faced a great disaster. They might not have the heart to care about anything else now. This was their best chance, a chance to get rid of control. Even Hong Yu was a little anxious at this moment. Li Zhu said softly, "The emperor will not let their guard down." "Of course," Hong Yu said calmly. "They will definitely be on guard, but this time it is a forceful attack. That is to let the human world powerhouses restrain them. That arrow of Heavenly Emperor Zhan has shaken the origin, and they want to attack and kill Fang Ping. This is a rare opportunity and also our only chance. As long as Fang Ping can last a little longer, the difficulties we face will be much smaller." Now, they were praying that Fang Ping could last a little longer. If the human world was defeated in one blow, then they would definitely fail. As long as Fang Ping was so strong that the emperor could not defeat him quickly, then it would be their chance. No one could go back and defend. "Can the emperor escape from the origin?" Hong Kuan said in a low voice. "Once he escapes, we will not be able to do anything." Hong Yu's expression was gloomy. Li Zhu also had a strange look in his eyes. On the other side, Feng smiled faintly. "Prince Yu and Lord Li have already decided on a plan." Hong Kuan looked at Hong Yu suspiciously. The Palm Seal envoy said lightly, "Don't worry. A few days ago, the Heavenly Court went on a punitive expedition and captured tens of thousands of rebellious martial artists. Among them, there are hundreds of martial artists who have stepped into the origin. This time, they will be executed together." As soon as he said this, even Hong Kuan raised his eyebrows. Hundreds of origin. Can we use the origin? Everyone already knew what the Heavenly Court meant. Killing those people, shaking the origin so that the emperor could not escape quickly. But would it be of much use? Not really, right? Hong Kuan frowned. The origin might weaken with the death of the origin martial artists. Have you considered this? The fewer the origin martial artists, the weaker the origin. This was common knowledge. Killing the origin martial artists might not increase the origin, but it might weaken it. Hong Yu chuckled. If Heavenly Emperor Zhan did not shoot that arrow, it would not be of much use. However, the aftermath of that arrow has not subsided. If a large number of origin dies now, the origin will be shaken again. Hong Kuan thought about it and did not say anything. After all, they were killing the Heavenly Court martial artists, not the martial artists of his divine sect. On the Heavenly Court side, there were too many royal courts, divine sects, and dynasties. There were indeed many people who rebelled. They were not rebelling. They just did not want to participate in the war with the humans. They were also afraid of death. In the end, they were all used as sacrifices this time. Hong Yu did not continue talking about this. He asked again, "Where is Fang Ping now? Is there any news?" "No, he should still be in the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping will not return to the human world. Otherwise, the human world will be destroyed when the Battle of Breaking 9 starts, even if the Emperor does not destroy the human world. Once the aftermath of the war starts, there will be countless casualties. They will not accept it. Otherwise, King Wu and the others will not enter the Forbidden Sea. That's true. After saying a few words, Hongyu took a deep breath. Everyone, we might only have one chance. No matter what, we must give it a try. The possibility of the Emperor killing us is not high. Since we will not die, there is no need to hesitate. Everyone agreed. That was true. The opportunity was too rare. Just as everyone was discussing, Feng's gaze moved slightly. He suddenly looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea and said in a low voice, "There are fluctuations in the space. Someone has descended from the ninth heaven. The Emperor has made his move." How many? Hong Kuan and the rest's mentality was not as strong as his. They asked one after another. The number of people who came would determine how many people were left to guard the celestial source. This was very important. Feng did not speak. He suddenly looked at Hongyu. Hongyu's mentality exploded instantly, joining forces with Feng to investigate. Hongyu's gaze changed. The more Feng sensed, the more shocked he became. 1, 3, 6, 7. Feng was completely shocked. 7. A total of 7 powerhouses, auras, shook the space. 7 of them came. At this moment he was in disbelief. In order to kill Feng Ping, the Emperor had placed too much importance on this. A total of 7 clones came, all of them at breaking 9. 7. Hongyu was shocked too. In his shock, he quickly shouted, "Let's go. There are so many people here. Feng Ping might not be able to hold on for long. Quick, let's go to ninth heaven immediately." He was pleasantly surprised. What he was happy about was that with so many Emperor clones, how many immortal origins were left. What surprised him was, with so many powerhouses, how long could Feng Ping and the others hold out? He was afraid that they would be instantly defeated, and those clones would be able to quickly leave the battlefield and return to defend the immortal source. Go. No one dared to hesitate. Quick. Too many. Everyone was shocked. 7 break 9s had descended to slay Feng Ping. If Feng Ping could not hold on, all their plans this time would be for naught. Voila! The Hong Kuan sword tore the space apart. 8 heavens break. In the next moment, King Qian, the Demon Emperor, and the others made their moves. Quick! Tear the 9 heavens apart. Everyone roared out, tearing apart the 9 heavens together to break the immortal origins restriction of the great Tao. These people were going to break through to the immortal origin. Taboo C. Feng Ping's gaze was solemn. The space was shaking. In fact, the 3 realms were in turmoil. So many experts. These guys really thought highly of him. So many people actually came. The cat also looked up at the sky, raising its fat head and looking at the sky. At this moment, the sky was torn apart, the black vortex rippling in the void. Powerhouses were coming. Not just one. In another place, there was also a void crack appearing. Heavenly King Zhen's vitality erupted, shaking the 3 realms. The emperors split into 2 groups, one to stop Heavenly King Zhen, the other to attack Feng Ping. These people's positioning was very accurate. Perhaps they had located Feng Ping according to Tengu's position. They probably knew that Tengu was on Feng Ping's side, but no one knew if they had other methods of detection. 5. Feng Ping sensed it. At this moment, there was a void turbulence in all directions. These Emperor clones came from all directions, wanting to stop him and kill him. For ordinary break 9s, this was a dead end. 5 break 9s. Feng Ping licked his lips. 5. That was quite a lot. It was more than he expected. He thought 3 or 4 would come to kill him, but in the end, 5 came. If he had not broken through again and obtained Tian Chen's Tao, 5 break 9s, if he relied on his previous strength. Even if the cat was also a break 9s, he might not win. Even if the cat could hold off 2, 3 break 9s, if they joined forces, they might kill Feng Ping. Luckily, Feng Ping was glad that his luck was not bad. Otherwise, it would be difficult this time. 5 break 9s. Feng Ping had already sensed their auras. This time, no one would impersonate or hide. Fong Ping sensed for a while. He was familiar with these auras. Spirit Emperor, God Emperor, East Emperor, South Emperor, Beast Emperor. North Emperor and Heaven, Reverse Emperor, went to Heavenly King Jin. The distance was very far, separated by the Forbidden Sea. Fong Ping could not sense clearly, but he did not care. There seemed to be only two over there. Heavenly King Jin should be able to deal with two clones. Maybe he needed some time. The boy's servant was still in the human world. There was no need to be afraid of powerhouses coming here. Even if two more Emperor clones came, they could still handle it. Break out! Fong Ping roared and laughed. You think too highly of me. 5 emperors are here. I can leave my name in history, even if I die. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Ha ha ha. Fong Ping broke through the air. He did not escape toward Spirit Emperor and the others, but toward Beast Emperor. East Emperor and God Emperor were definitely stronger and more vigilant than the others. Beast Emperor and South Emperor were slightly weaker. Fong Ping planned to attack them. Rumble. The void trembled. A burly figure appeared in front of Fong Ping. Beast Emperor descended and said indifferently, Fong Ping, surrender and I will spare your life. Childish. Do you think everyone is a demon, brainless like you? Fong Ping laughed. Surrender without a fight? What a joke. Beast Emperor did not care. It was just a polite remark. Kill your way to ninth heaven and destroy the immortal source. I'll let you be arrogant. Fong Ping roared. He tore the space apart and wanted to kill his way to ninth heaven. At this moment, a wall suddenly appeared in the void. Creak! Fong Ping tore the space apart, but the space was extremely stable. God Emperor's avatar descended and said calmly, This path is blocked. Since he was prepared to kill Fong Ping, how could he not be prepared? In the void, a flying, carpet-like artifact appeared faintly. Space was sealed. Fong Ping could not tear the space apart to escape. It could block Fong Ping and seal space. This artifact was stronger than the fishing net Fong Ping had obtained. Fong Ping did not say anything. He did not tear the space apart again. Instead, he flew toward Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor's expression did not change. Did he think he was weak by breaking through from his side? Fong Ping had killed his projection many times in the mystic realm before. Later on, he also noticed it. Could it be that it was because of that time that Fong Ping felt that he could be bullied? Go back. In the void, a dragon claw grabbed at Fong Ping. Tengu did not say anything. It bit at him. Cat said angrily, Old man, you're not good at all. Beast Emperor used to be on good terms with them. Beast Emperor did not care. He said indifferently, Cat Tengu, this has nothing to do with you. As soon as he said that, Tengu made a crunching sound. Its teeth almost broke. It was slightly annoyed. It could not bite through Break Nine's avatar. Rumble. The dragon claw exploded, cracking a few of Tengu's teeth. Tengu was sent flying, and the dragon claw slapped at Fong Ping again. Who do you think you are? Fong Ping shouted coldly. His avatar charged toward him, shouting, Cat, bite him! With a shake of his shoulder, Cat flew toward Beast Emperor. Fong Ping's avatar collided with the dragon claw. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Beast Emperor frowned slightly. Fong Ping was a little too weak. Broken 8? Broken 1? It could not be. Vaguely, he felt that something was wrong. Did Fong Ping not have the strength to break 2? Emperor God even suspected that he had broken 9. How could he be so weak? This claw sent Fong Ping's avatar flying hundreds of meters away. It flew faster than Tengu. Too easy. Impossible. Beast Emperor would not underestimate Fong Ping. If he did, he would not need 5 break 9 to kill him. Based on this strength, he could kill Fong Ping alone. Could it be that Fong Ping did not ignite his Tao, so he was not strong enough? Beast Emperor was uncertain. At this moment, Cat Emperor was close to him. This cat always looked so harmless. However, Beast Emperor did not dare to be careless. He shouted, "Cat, you don't have to interfere in this matter." Otherwise, just as he said that, Emperor God's eyes suddenly moved, and he shouted, "Slay the cat!" Beast Emperor was slightly stunned, but he did not hesitate. Another dragon claw went toward Cat Emperor. "Awoo, I'll hit you." A staff suddenly appeared in Cat Emperor's claws, and he swung it at him. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Beast Emperor's expression changed slightly. Quite strong. Was this cat so strong now? The dragon claw grabbed at the staff. Beast Emperor still felt vaguely uneasy. Unfortunately, it was not his real body, so he could not feel it clearly. Behind him, Emperor God and the others quickly closed in on him. Not only that, Emperor God had already attacked, throwing a punch at Cat Emperor. Yes, Cat Emperor was not Fong Ping's avatar. Emperor God had already sensed that something was wrong. The key did not seem to be Fong Ping, but Cat Emperor. Cat Emperor had broken 9? Such a thought flashed across Emperor God's mind. He did not have time to think. He just had to stop Cat Emperor. At this moment, a chuckle entered everyone's mind. Weak chicken, not as strong as Fist God. Yes, Beast Emperor's avatar was not as strong as Fist God. When Fist God unleashed his full strength, he was also close to breaking 9, and he was only a beginner martial powerhouse. Fong Ping felt that Beast Emperor's avatar was not as strong as Fist God. After repelling Heavenly Hound and Fong Ping's avatar, he tangled with Cat Emperor again. At this time, Beast Emperor's front door was wide open. At this moment, Cat Emperor had just howled and opened his mouth. A human figure gradually solidified. At this moment, vitality rushed to the sky. Fong Ping was like an ancient demon god, his figure growing larger and larger. Holding chaos-vanquishing saber, his eyes cold, he slashed. Killing an emperor is an appetizer. Fong Ping roared. With a rumble, his Chongdao slashed out. Beast Emperor's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to shift, the staff that was fighting him earlier suddenly turned into a pair of handcuffs. Cat Emperor was smug. "I've cuffed you. You're not allowed to leave." One end of the handcuffs was on his paw, and the other end was on Beast Emperor's paw. Beast Emperor wanted to retreat, but he could not break the handcuffs immediately. This was a divine weapon that a beginner martial powerhouse had spent his entire life forging. How could it be broken so easily? Beast Emperor, you're still so weak. I've slapped you to death so many times last time. Why don't you remember? Fong Ping's mocking voice sounded again. You're still so weak? These words even made Beast Emperor a little dazed, but he did not have time to be dazed. He did not retreat. Beast Emperor did not waste any more time either. He roared, "Rumble!" In the void, a small golden dragon appeared. One of its paws was cuffed. The small golden dragon did not care about this. Its long tail swept toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not care about this. He let it sweep toward him. The Chongdao did not shake at all. He aimed at the small dragon and slashed down. The tail and Chongdao collided. There was a splat. Something that shocked Beast Emperor and the others happened. The tail was broken. Yes, it was directly broken by Fong Ping's slash. The Chongdao did not even stop, continuing to slash toward Beast Emperor. Breaking 9. God Emperor growled. Breaking 9. Fong Ping broke 9. Otherwise, no matter how weak Beast Emperor's avatar was, it would not have had its tail cut off by Fong Ping's slash. Mother asterisk her, it's a fake Beast Emperor. Otherwise, it could still eat Emperor meat. Damn it. Fong Ping's voice sounded again sullen, as if Beast Emperor's avatar had committed a great sin. He was very displeased that it did not bring Beast Emperor meat. Chaos quell. Rumble. The saber broke through the sky. The saber gleam penetrated the flying carpet in the sky. The flying carpet trembled. The Chongdao had already fallen. Splat. The small golden dragon was cut in half. In the void, a golden jade badge appeared. A transparent crystal quickly condensed. Fong Ping grabbed it in his hand and laughed loudly. Weak, too weak. Beast Emperor, I'll wait for your real body to arrive. Too weak. His attack was successful. He had killed Beast Emperor's avatar directly. At this moment, Fong Ping's wild laughter shook the Forbidden Sea. First kill, Beast Emperor. He's here. Don't even think about leaving. The roar was heard. The Forbidden Sea boiled. In the nearby area, those who heard the voice were beyond shocked. Beast Emperor was dead? This was too fast. He just arrived. At this moment, it really shocked all the powerhouses who sensed the situation. One of the Emperor's avatars had died. Beast Emperor was too useless. Could it be that a broken 8 avatar had arrived? Chapter 1412. Breaking 9. It was an extraordinary 9 break. At this moment, the Emperor God's expression turned grave. Let's join forces. Emperor Donghuang, Emperor Ling, and Emperor Nin were all present. His and Donghuang's avatars were stronger than the average avatars. Fong Ping's Breakthrough 9 was not necessarily undefeatable, although Fong Ping's Breakthrough 9 felt like he had gone a long way. It was a bad start. He hadn't expected to lose the Beast Emperor as soon as they arrived. Otherwise, with the 5 of them working together, they might have a chance. However, in the beginning, everyone had thought that Fong Ping would run, which was why they had split up to intercept him. Unexpectedly, Fong Ping did not run at all. He was looking for an opening to kill. Beast Emperor's doppelganger was instantly killed. Bang! With a loud bang, Fong Ping turned around and slashed his saber, shattering the Emperor God's fist force. He sneered, "Don't worry. If I don't run, don't think about running either." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping's avatar turned into a fishing net. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky and the earth, sealing off the void in all directions. If he really wanted to run, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break the net. However, it wasn't a problem to intercept them. Fong Ping was going to kill these people today. You think you've won? The Emperor God let out a cold roar and teleported. A long sword appeared in his hand. With a squeak, it pierced through the world and stabbed toward Fong Ping's eyeball. Scram! The saber gleam erupted. Fong Ping's saber slashed through the void. With a clang, the Emperor God's palm trembled. The web between his thumb and forefinger cracked. Big cat, go and stop the Spirit Emperor. Meow. The cat jumped and instantly appeared in front of the Spirit Emperor. It squatted in the air with a stick in its paw and meowed. Fatty, don't fight. Spirit Emperor's face was cold. Get out of the way. No. Out of the way. I won't. The gray cat was fuming. He wouldn't budge. Emperor Ling frowned helplessly. This doppelganger was different from the previous one. The previous doppelganger had already separated from the main body. This doppelganger had just formed, and it was mixed with emotions that were stronger than the previous one. The ash cat was blocking her way, and she was in a difficult position. The Emperor God and Fong Ping had already exchanged many blows. The seawater beneath them had evaporated. At this moment, he sensed the problem and shouted, "Capture the ash cat!" The Spirit Emperor sighed, and his jade-white hand reached out to grab the cat's neck. Meow, this cat is angry. Fatty, how dare you bully a cat? The cat was unhappy. I'm going to hit you. A bell suddenly appeared in the ash cat's paws. It rang the bell. Heaven-trapping bell. Cover the fatty. The heaven-trapping bell instantly enlarged and enveloped the Spirit Emperor. As if that was not enough, a gong and drum appeared in the cat's paws. With a stick in his left paw and a gong in his right paw, he began to beat them. Fatty, you're bullying the cat. Dang! A crisp sound rang out. The sound waves rippled out as the gigantic heaven-trapping bell shot towards the Spirit Sovereign. The sound waves from the heaven-trapping bell shattered the void, and just when the Spirit Sovereign wanted to retreat, he was imprisoned in the blink of an eye. With a loud rumble, the heaven-trapping bell descended. At this moment, the heaven-confining bell was transparent. The Spirit Emperor was trapped within. He slammed his palm against the iron wall of the bell, but a deafening sound rang out. The Spirit Emperor retreated, and the space around him shattered. However, he was unable to escape. The Spiritual Emperor didn't waste any time and wanted to come out from below. At this moment, the heaven-trapping bell instantly enlarged, and with a loud rumble, it stuck to the heaven-trapping bell. The Ash Cat was proud. I already knew there was a flaw. The defense below is a little weak, but the heaven-trapping bell can make up for it. The bell was originally empty. Although the divine artifact had its own restrictions, it couldn't stop it from breaking 9 times. What about now? The heaven-trapping bell just happened to make up for it. The Ash Cat shook his fat body and crawled under the gong and drum. He waved the long stick with his claws, and with a bang he hit the gong and drum. "Fatty, are you still bullying the cat?" Rumble. Inside the heaven-trapping bell, the void was cut apart. Countless spatial cracks appeared, and the void collapsed. The Spirit Emperor was instantly cut by countless cracks, and sparks flew everywhere. The sound wave shook, and the void was cut. In the blink of an eye, the Spirit Emperor was no longer able to care about anything else. He could only start to defend. The Ash Cat used 2 divine artifacts, and in addition, he was stronger than the Spirit Emperor. How could the Spirit Emperor's clone be a match for the Ash Cat? On the other side, Emperor Donghuang and Emperor Nen were stunned. The Spirit Emperor's clone was defeated just like that. It was too fast, breaking 9 times. Emperor Donghuang frowned slightly. The Ash Cat actually broke 9 times. It was somewhat unexpected. In the beginning, there were 5 powerhouses besieging Fangping. In the blink of an eye, only the 3 of them were left. The God Emperor was no match for Fangping now. Under the Ash Cat's control, Emperor Donghuang and Emperor Nen were hesitant about who to help. Before they could arrive, Fangping slashed with his saber. With a rumble, the God Emperor was sent flying, breaking through the void, and in the blink of an eye, he landed beside Emperor Donghuang and Emperor Nan. Uft! A mouthful of blood was spat out. The clone was not much different from the real body. It also had flesh and blood. At this moment, the God Emperor's mouth was full of blood. Not good. The God Emperor growled. Fangping was stronger than expected. This was not the state of a newly promoted. It might even be close to the real state of some of the emperors. Kill! The God Emperor roared again, but he winked at Emperor Donghuang. Go! Retreat! It was impossible for the 3 clones to kill Fangping. Instead of sacrificing 3 clones, it was better to retreat immediately. If the clones were injured, their real bodies would also suffer losses. They were really wrong today. They thought that they would definitely take Fangping seriously. The 5 clones would kill Fangping, but they did not expect to completely underestimate Fangping. No, there was also the Grey Cat. The Spirit Emperor encountered the Grey Cat, but he had no power to fight back. This cat was like playing with a child, knocking the heaven-confining bell, shaking the Spirit Emperor to the point that he could not break out of the divine weapon. The Spirit Emperor's clone was probably going to fall. Emperor Donghuang did not say anything. He punched at Fangping, his force erupting. With a rumble, Emperor Donghuang grabbed Emperor Nan, broke through the air, and escaped into the sky. They failed this time. They were all decisive people. They knew that they would fail this time. The 3 of them could not kill Fangping. Since they could not kill him, there was no need to continue wasting time. Retreat. Otherwise, if the clones were killed, not only would they lose their divine weapons, but Fangping might also benefit. This was not what they wanted to see. Trying to run, Fangping snorted coldly. Did they really think that he cannot tell? In the void, a large net appeared. However, the flying carpet from before had hit the large net, trying to break a hole. Fangping would not give them the chance. He broke through the air, and the Chongdao slashed down. Rumble. Emperor Donghuang and the other two exerted force together. With a rumble, the three of them fell. Fang Ping also staggered, but it was not a big deal. As for Emperor Donghuang and the other two, they were blown by the strong wind, covered in blood. 1 against 3. Even the Dao tree could fight 1 against 2, let alone Fang Ping. Close to 70 million calories. Fang Ping was a true emperor. Split up. A low roar was heard. The three of them did not stick together, fleeing in all directions in the blink of an eye. Run. Whoever was unlucky would stay. 3 clones were definitely no match for Fang Ping. If they wanted to kill Fang Ping, they would have to gather all 7 clones at the beginning and besiege Fang Ping. But now they obviously did not have this chance. Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. Without a word, he charged toward the God Emperor, shouting, "Big cat, stop Emperor Donghuang!" Meow. The cat was not in a hurry. Something appeared in its claws again. The divine peeking mirror. The divine peeking mirror had been destroyed before. Its shell had exploded, but the core was still there. It was previously made into a projection gate. At this moment, the cat took out the core and threw it in the direction where Emperor Donghuang escaped. There was a rumble. Near Emperor Donghuang, mirrors appeared in all directions at this moment. Emperor Donghuang growled and threw a punch. There was a loud explosion, and the mirrors shattered one by one. However, the cat did not panic. At this moment, the cat suddenly grew bigger, as if it had really become a big tiger. Holding the heaven-confining bell that trapped the spirit emperor in its claws, it threw it at Emperor Donghuang. "Smash you to death!" Rumble. The heaven-confining bell broke through the void, smashing toward Emperor Donghuang in the blink of an eye. Emperor Donghuang's expression changed, a little helpless. Who knew that the cat was so strong? Not only was it strong, but this cat had many divine weapons. No one cared before, and this cat did not use it much. Look at how it used the divine weapons. The heaven-confining bell as a bell, the sky gong as a whistle to call people, the divine peeking mirror as a telescope, the beast emperor staff as a fishing rod. No matter how many divine weapons this cat had, no one cared. Today they had no choice but to care. Emperor Donghuang roared, turned around and punched again. Rumble. The punch hit the heaven-confining bell. The spirit emperor inside was shaken to the point where he bled from his orifices. He could not help but shout angrily, "How?" Emperor Donghuang was also very helpless. If he did not fight back and was hit, he would be seriously injured. He could not avoid it. The divine peeking mirror was blocking his way. He could only fight back. With this counterattack, he had to hurt the spirit emperor. On this side, Emperor Donghuang and the spirit emperor were at a disadvantage. On the other side, the emperor god was trying to escape, but his bones exploded from Fang Ping's slash. He flew backward, his face full of helplessness. He could not escape. Fang Ping had targeted him. How could he run? Go! The emperor god roared. At this moment, he no longer escaped. Instead, he entangled Fang Ping and shouted, "Go back!" He said it for Emperor Nan to hear. Go back and pass the news back. Not only had Fang Ping broken through 9, but he had also taken a long way on the path to breaking through 9. The next time he wanted to kill Fang Ping, he had to come in person. Before he was sure he could not take any more risks, and he could not give Fang Ping any more benefits. At this moment, Emperor Nan had already escaped to the edge. He did not waste time talking. Go! His strength was not as good as the others. In order to condense 9 avatars this time, he had paid a great price. He did not want his avatar to be buried here. His force erupted. With a rumble, Emperor Nen broke the fishing net. Behind him, the heavenly hound opened its mouth and bit. When a tiger fell to the plains, it would be bullied by a dog. Although Emperor Nan's avatar was stronger than it, did it dare to turn back? The heavenly hound was also a dog that relied on its master's power. It was unforgiving when it had the upper hand. Awesome. When 5 avatars descended, it thought that it was dead for sure. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Fang Ping would kill one of them? The stupid cat actually stopped too. Now that the Emperor God was being beaten by Fong Ping, would Emperor Nen dare to stay? Indeed, Emperor Nen did not dare to stay. Go. He was not in the mood to compete with the Heavenly Hound. Now he had to hurry back to the source. If he stayed any longer, the Emperor God would not be able to hold on, and he would die too. Just as he broke the fishing net, Fong Ping sneered. At this moment, a ruler appeared out of thin air. Clang! Emperor Nen was caught off guard and was actually hit on the head by this ruler. His head was broken and bleeding. In the void, a small boy came over, holding a ruler in his hand. He looked at Emperor Nan, his face expressionless. You, Emperor Nan was surprised. 9 breakthrough. Where did this 9 breakthrough come from? I am Shu Xiang, Shu Xiang said in a low voice, holding the ruler in his hand. When Emperor Nen wanted to dodge, the ruler struck again. Master is unwilling to punish you, so Shu Xiang can only do it on his behalf. The ruler was used for punishment. Since the master did not use it, then he would use it. Emperor Nen could not dodge in time. With a thud, the ruler hit his head again. With a thud, his head exploded. Shu Xiang looked calm. How could Emperor Nan, who was fleeing in panic, match him? Shu Xiang was not anxious. Instead, he looked at Fong Ping. When he saw Fong Ping crush the Emperor God, his gaze was a little strange. Looking over there, the cat was having fun, trapping Emperor Donghuang and Emperor Ling. The boy servant was also shocked. Both of them were 9 breakthrough. In front, the Heavenly Hound opened its mouth wide, its dog face dull. It's you. The Heavenly Hound knew him. Emperor Nan and the Emperor God might not remember him, but the Heavenly Hound would not forget Shu Xiang. When he saw the boy, he was shocked, followed by anger. This boy was not a good person. In the past, in the battle hall, it was this boy who was responsible for monitoring his reading. If he did not read, he would beat him. The battle Heavenly Emperor did not beat people, but this boy beat people, and he used the ruler. Long time no see, Heavenly Hound. The boy smiled, but he turned around and hit Emperor Nan, who was trying to escape, flying backward again. His shoulder was smashed. Very strong. The boy's servant was not weak, even stronger than the Dao tree. How could Emperor Nan's avatar be a match for the boy servant? The boy servant was not anxious. He looked at Fong Ping and said with a smile, "It seems that the king man does not need my help to deal with them." Indeed, even without him, Fong Ping would be fine. However, Fong Ping cut off one of the Emperor God's arms with a saber and said with a smile, "Without Senior, they did not escape. If they escape back, it will be a little troublesome. Kill them so that they can't bring back any news. The avatar must not get close to the main body, or it must merge with the main body to bring back the news. Otherwise, separated by the 9 heavens and the source universe, in the source land, those emperors would not be able to sense everything that the avatar saw unless they died. The beast emperor probably knew that his avatar had died. The boy smiled and did not say anything else. The ruler struck again, and again. Emperor Nan was not strong to begin with. After being hit again and again, his entire body was cracking. Shu Xiang. At this moment, Donghuang recognized him and growled, "You are not dead." Grandmaster is still here. Shu Xiang does not dare to die. Grandmaster was not only Donghuang, but also the Emperor God and the Emperor God. Shu Xiang had been very indifferent before, but at this moment there was a hint of resentment. He looked at Donghuang, gritted his teeth, and said, "Master does not want to punish you, and does not want me to take revenge, but today I will still be rebellious, deceiving my master and destroying my ancestors." He was the boy servant of the battle Heavenly Emperor. In fact, he was also equivalent to battle Heavenly Emperor's disciple. These were all his grandmasters, but he wanted revenge. If he could not kill the main body, he could kill the avatar. The ruler suddenly turned into a blood-red long saber. Uft! The boy servant's body overflowed with murderous intent, and with one slash he broke Emperor Nan's arm. The blood-red long saber fell again and again. The slashes caused Emperor Nan's avatar to collapse rapidly. On the other side, although the Emperor God was stronger than Emperor Nan, Fong Ping was stronger than the boy servant. At this moment, the long saber was also fierce, slashing down again and again. He grinned and said, "You're here, don't leave." 3 true breakers, and none of them were beginners. The cat had more than 50 million calories. The boy's servant was no weaker than the cat. It had been a few years since he broke through 9. It was even earlier than the Tao tree. Under such circumstances, with only 4 avatars now, how could he match them? It was too easy to kill. The Emperor God was not flustered and exasperated, only a little regretful and pitiful. While resisting Fong Ping, he sighed and said, "You are indeed more terrifying than we expected, and your improvement is faster, but even so you still can't escape. The 5 of us tried to kill you, but you killed us quickly. The main body will find out." As he said that, the Emperor God laughed, no longer speaking and no longer resisting. The avatar suddenly burned. He wanted to fight with his life on the line, so that Fong Ping could not gain anything, but also to let the main body know that Fong Ping was terrifyingly powerful. The main body did not know the specific situation, but the avatar still knew that the avatars besieged Fong Ping. He fell so fast that it was unbelievable the main body would guess something. He did not delay the time anymore. Otherwise, it would mislead the main body. Knowing that there was no way out, the Emperor God was also a decisive person, destroying everything that could be beneficial to Fong Ping. Kill. Hum. In the void, a thin sword shone on the 3 realms. Fong Ping has long broken 9. Shu Xiang and the cat have broken 9. The Emperor God's voice was loud. Although the main body could not hear it, it was enough for someone in the 3 realms to hear it and pass the news to the main body. Idiot. Fong Ping sneered. Almost at the same time as the Emperor God's voice transmission, Fong Ping's voice became louder, and he used the Emperor God's voice. How is a traitor? A loud roar covered the Emperor God's voice. Comparing strength, are you stronger than me? Can you cover my voice? Old Zhang had used this move in the Spirit Emperor Dojo. Fong Ping's voice was extremely loud. He roared, "How is a traitor? Cheong, how dare you slander me? Bastard." The boy's servant was stunned. He only saw Fong Ping talking to himself. Sometimes it was the Emperor God's voice. Sometimes it was Dong Huang's voice. Even Spirit Emperor had spoken. "Cheong, what are you doing, bastard? How, kill him?" Yes, Spirit Emperor was shouting. Of course, it was Fong Ping who was shouting. Confusion was Fong Ping's specialty. "You are not as strong as me, but I can still shout whatever I want. Kill him." "Cheong, what is your purpose?" "Damn it, be careful, Spirit. Fong Ping is his pawn, his replacement. What a great show!" The voice shook the void. The 3 realms were in turmoil. Fong Ping directed and acted, and began to add scenes for himself. The Emperor God, who had already burned himself, had a helpless look on his face. What to do? There was no way. It was just a clone. How could his mentality be stronger than Fong Ping's? He covered your voice. He directed and acted. What could you do? You could not stop him. Fong Ping shouted loudly and roared, "Spirit, let's kill him together." "Fong Ping, do you think Cheong is helping you? He just wants you to become an emperor. Become his replacement and kill him together. Let's do it together." Rumble. An earth-shattering roar sounded. The Emperor God could not hold on any more. At this moment, he had burned himself to the peak and had no choice but to act. With a loud rumble, the Emperor God vanished into thin air. As for Fong Ping, his Changdao trembled. His shoulder was pierced, revealing a bloody hole. But Fong Ping did not care about this. He laughed and roared, "Cheong's clone is dead. Spirit, kill Fong Ping." "Oh no, Huang, what are you doing?" "Kill." Emperor Nan's voice exploded. On the other side, Emperor Nan, who was beaten like a grandson by the boy servant, had an urge to vomit blood. "Are you addicted to acting?" "Really, I've learned something new. After living for tens of thousands of years, This was the first time he had seen such a big scene. From the beginning to the end, it was Fong Ping who was shouting alone. One moment it was Emperor Nan, the next moment it was Emperor Dong Huang, and the next moment it was Emperor Spirit. That was exciting, but at this moment he did not have time to think about this. Fong Ping was coming for him with his saber. He was no match for the boy servant. Now that Fong Ping was here too, he knew that his clone could not be saved. Initially he wanted to keep it, but now he could not care less. Vitality convergence. With a clear shout, Emperor Nan's entire body turned gray in an instant. Force. Vitality convergence. Emperor Nan also burned everything, not giving Fong Ping a chance. In an instant, he turned into a thin sword. With a puff, he pierced through the boy servant's defense, slashing toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping brandished his saber, looked at him coldly, and slashed down. Rumble. The thin sword exploded. At this time, Fong Ping turned back to look at Dong Huang and Spirit Emperor, who were still trapped. At this moment, both of them were struggling violently. The cat was also panting a little. Dong Huang also looked at Fong Ping, somewhat helpless. What a big show! Who was he acting for? He really did not expect it. 5 Dao broke through 9 clones. In the blink of an eye, 3 were killed, and even the Emperor God was killed. It was so fast that it was shocking. Fong Ping, this guy, was still acting at this time. Even Dong Huang was a little impressed. Were these words useful? They might not be useful, but they might not be useless either. If the 9 emperors were really one, these words would be useless. It would not affect them at all. But everyone had their own plans. Each had their own thoughts. Under such circumstances, if the Emperor God received the news, would he suspect him? Of course, the Emperor God knew that he was not prepared to betray anyone. But he could not help but suspect them. Fong Ping killed them. How strong was Fong Ping? He could kill 3 clones in the blink of an eye. What a joke! Even if Fong Ping was a true emperor, it would still take some time to kill 3 clones. Right now, it was too fast. The boy servant and the cat's existence bought too much time for Fong Ping. 3 were killed in the blink of an eye. Anyone would suspect that among the 5, someone had betrayed them. Forbidden Sea. On an island. Taoist Fengyan frowned. Beside him, Di Xing looked sluggish. Internal strife. The emperor had descended, and there was actually internal strife. What were these people doing? There were a few earth-shattering loud noises. In the void, a few objects shattered. This was a sign that powerhouses had fallen. Who died? Taoist Fengyan frowned and said in a low voice, Qiong, Huang, Beast are all dead. What was going on? Even he was in a trance now. 3 died in the blink of an eye. That was too fast. Could it be that Hao and Ling had really betrayed him? But if so, why did they come down to kill Fong Ping? Wasn't that just sending themselves to death? Sigh. Taoist Fengyan sighed. He was a little suspicious. He asked softly, Fong Ping directed and acted by himself? He did have such a suspicion. But how strong was Fong Ping to be able to act like this? He killed 3 emperor clones in one go. This was a broken 9, not a broken 6, heavenly king. Before the commotion was over, a roar came from the catacombs. Heavenly King Zhen's laughter came. North King, this old guy still wants to bully me. Battle, don't you think that's too much? Ha ha ha, you guys are having an internal strife. Looks like I'm going to kill all of you today. Celestial Emperor Reverse said nothing. At this moment, the situation had changed so much that he was at a loss. What was going on over at Fong Ping's side? No matter how useless the broken 9 clones were, they would not be killed by a real god. Just like that, 3 of them were killed. Celestial Emperor Reverse wanted to check it out. However, North King was blasted to pieces by Heavenly King Zhen. Right now, Zhen was attacking him violently. For a moment, Celestial Emperor Reverse could only retreat. This guy, Zhen, was he going crazy this time? Why was he so much stronger than expected? Chapter 1413. Origin. The tremors continued. First, the Beast Emperor let out a muffled groan, which resounded in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Emperor's spiritual energy was shaken. Not long after, Emperornin let out a low roar, and his limbs were broken. Another instant later, the bones in the North Emperor's hand exploded. The source of origin fell silent. It was eerily quiet. Streams of mental energy swept over. No one spoke. This was too unexpected. 7 clones descended upon the 3 realms, and 4 died in the blink of an eye. What was this? Something happened after a long while, the Divine Emperor said. Everyone was silent. Nonsense. Everyone knew that something had happened. More importantly, how did it happen? This was too unexpected. 4 of them had broken through. Did the lower realm even have a minute? Of course, they didn't count in minutes. However, was there any difference between that and killing 4 pigs in such a short period of time? Breaking 9 was not a pig. The God Emperor sighed. There is no reply from the 3 realms. We are trapped in the source lands and have no way of knowing the details. Everyone, let one of our true bodies descend upon the 3 realms. No one made a sound. There was a problem with the 3 realms. It was very dangerous. Is it Yang or Hong? Someone snorted. If it weren't for these 2, how could he have died so quickly? They suspected that the 2 of them had taken action in the 3 realms. Hong also needs to resist the chaos of the origin land. It's very likely that it's Yang. Since Yang has shown himself, he will definitely be able to find some clues now that his true body is here. The Yang God had made a move. These were the thoughts of the emperors. It was definitely him. Otherwise, how could the 4 9th-rank cultivators have been killed so quickly? Right now, the most important thing was to let someone descend. It was obviously impossible for all of them to descend. The source needed to be suppressed. The God Emperor quickly said, I and the others can't leave. Otherwise, the origin land will fall into chaos, and you won't be able to suppress it. The few of us won't leave. We can share some of the burden. We can suppress one land and let one person descend. The few powerhouses couldn't leave. If they left, the others wouldn't be able to help them suppress the loophole. However, with the others gone, they could share some of the pressure and help suppress it. Emperor Nan and the others did not say anything. What if the Yang God were to attack them when they descended to the mortal world? They were no match for the Yang God. The Divine Emperor said again, We're just investigating his whereabouts. Even if Yang appears, he won't dare to make a move. If he really wants to make a move, he can just return to the origin. Would he dare to attack? The Divine Emperor spoke calmly. Would the Yang God dare to attack? I wouldn't dare. If they really killed their way to the source, the Yang God would not be able to leave. He won't come. But still no one spoke. The danger was still there. The Divine Emperor paused and said, Gee, it was more appropriate for a Renhuang to descend. He had descended before, and the flaws of the Renhuang suppression were not as serious as theirs. Just as the human emperor was about to speak, the source of origin suddenly trembled. The human emperor's voice changed slightly. Before he could speak, the God Emperor and the others disappeared one after another. The passage to battle has appeared. Zhan Tiandi. No, Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang entered the source. The origin was in multiple spaces. At this moment, these people's spiritual power swept out, penetrating through space and quickly rushing towards the direction of the vibration. Yang matters should be put aside for now. Just as the commotion came from this side, Emperor Shi grunted and said angrily, Damn it, go to the immortal origin land. Those guys are really here. Everywhere was on fire. The celestial emperor let out a deep roar. With a loud bang, a long sword pierced through the sky. That was his life divine artifact. In other words, he was like a beginner martial artist. He had tempered his divine weapon for a lifetime because he was a beginner martial artist. The immortal origin land could not be lost. Emperor Shi's clone was killed once again. This time it was still all right, only 8 clones were destroyed, so the damage was not too great. However, Emperor Shi was killed, so he had to go and defend that place. How? You go too, in case someone takes advantage of the situation. Emperor Donghuang did not say anything. Instantly, another weapon flew out and headed straight for the Immortal Origin Land. Today was really a day of surprises. The people of the 3 realms actually dared to take the risk to go to the Immortal Origin Land. They had underestimated the courage of the 3 realms. Of course, it was not that they were unprepared. At this moment, 2 divine weapons headed straight for the Immortal Origin Land. No matter how many experts there were, they would not be able to break through in a short period of time. However, there were changes at the source of origin, so they had to find the passage to battle. However, the source of origin was also very dangerous. At this moment, these people had to be careful as they broke through layers of space. They would not be able to reach the trembling place in a short period of time. Before the trembling stopped, a suction force suddenly came from the source of origin. Rumbling sounds could be heard again. Even the Celestial Emperor could not help but curse. Bastard! The people of the 3 realms were more ruthless than expected. How many Immortal Origin cultivators did they kill? The death of so many people at the same time had shaken the source of origin. That was not enough. At this moment, Emperor Donghuang snorted and said to the source of origin, "My avatar was killed." 5. It was over. The plan to kill Fangping had failed completely. The remaining Emperor of Heaven Reverse and Spirit Emperor, one to stop Heavenly King Jinwang, one to kill Fangping, and the other with a broken 9 avatar. Could he kill Fangping? Dream on. But now they could not get away. "Gee, come here." The Celestial Emperor shouted again. Though there were many things to do, he could still send people here. But the human emperor was not stupid. He said, "I will go find the passage that John opened." "You want to find it, but I don't? Why should I come here? If I came here, I would have to face danger. The Sun God might be waiting in the 3 realms to ambush them." Now the Celestial Emperor and the others were not going, and they were tied up by the source of origin. If he went, was he going to wait for death? If the 3 realms were to encircle him again, the last time was fine, but this time there would be more powerhouses. There was the Sun God Hong and the broken 9 avatar of Heavenly King Jinwang. The human emperor was worried that he could not come back. The assassination plan that cost a lot of resources was over. The human emperor was in a daze. 7 broken 9 avatars came here. Even if he thought Fangping was difficult to deal with, and even if he could not kill Fangping, he could still create a big scene. But now, the scene was big, but it was on their side. In the blink of an eye, 5 were killed. Damn it. Why did the 3 realms feel like it was going out of control? Was it the Sun God? It was fine if it was true, but if it wasn't, then that would truly be terrifying. The situation in the 3 realms might be much more complicated than expected. The human emperor ignored it. If they were going to come, they would come together. If not, he would not take the risk. The human emperor did not reply. The celestial emperor was angry. On the other side, Emperor Shi grunted as if he was seriously injured, while the celestial emperor did not want to talk about him anymore. You lost one of your broken 8 avatars, not yourself. Do you have to be like this? His mentality was damaged, but not to this extent. He even suspected that Emperor Shi did not cut his mentality. Otherwise, the broken 8 avatars were not weak. How could they be killed? No one was willing to come here. The Celestial Emperor had to say again, "Brother Do!" The Celestial Emperor's avatar was still alive, and the beginner martial divine weapon was not used. At this moment, the Celestial Emperor was the most relaxed. The Celestial Emperor had destroyed 2 of his broken 9 avatars. Before Emperor of Heaven Reverse could say anything, there came another explosion. The Celestial Emperor sighed, "My avatar is dead." That was not the point. The point was something had happened. Yes, something had happened. At this moment, they all felt it at the origin. The origin was surrounded by walls, doors. But now, one of the walls was rumbling. Someone was yelling, "Damn, is this how you treat an old friend? Did I offend you? How dare you send someone to kill me? I'm not having a good time, but none of you will." Stop! Rumble! Loud noises came. Someone was attacking the 3 doors. They could not enter. After a boom, one of the doors was broken, but nobody entered the origin. "Gee, you bastard! How dare you leave your avatar here? I will blow it up. The human sovereign." The human sovereign felt he was unlucky. He thought no one would come here. The origin was not a place anyone could come to. He thought his avatar was the only one that could survive this. Now, it seemed that it was impossible. Bastard! The Celestial Emperor was furious. At this moment, the Celestial Emperor said no more. He wielded a saber and dashed toward the door. He could not allow the Celestial Emperor to make more trouble. At this rate, the origin would be in trouble. Bang! From the outside came a muffled noise. The Celestial Emperor's avatar was caught by the Celestial Emperor and smashed. Soon there came another loud noise. The Celestial Emperor's weapon was entangled with the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor shouted again, "Come out if you have balls! You want to kill me with a weapon? Dream on! The God of Yang and the earthly sovereign are waiting for you down there. Come on!" The Celestial Emperor laughed. "You will suffer if you don't give us a good time. Come on, kill your way out. Come out with 3 or 5 renhuang. Let's see if the source land can still be suppressed." Boom! There came another loud noise. The Celestial Emperor was purposely making trouble. He purposely attacked the doors and the walls. More and more energy was being drained from the origin. The Celestial Emperor snorted. His original body emerged from the origin. Above the original body, an arm was cut off. The Celestial Emperor had transformed into a Celestial Emperor. The Divine Emperor, who had transformed into a human arm, walked directly toward the door. The distance was short. He was not worried that the avatar would be smashed. He had to stop the Celestial Emperor no matter what. The Celestial Emperor was trying to disgust them, but if they did not do anything, things would go wrong. The Celestial Emperor's avatar walked out of the door. The next moment, he grabbed the Celestial Emperor's weapon and charged toward the Celestial Emperor. This was only the Celestial Emperor's origin body, not his original body. Seeing the Celestial Emperor's avatar coming with the Celestial Emperor's weapon, the origin body fled in a hurry. "Come with your original body if you have balls. Believe it or not, I will break your arm and make you a one-armed warrior. Do you really think I am a pushover? I have a teacher as well." "Teacher, I am here to kill," the Celestial Emperor shouted. The next moment, the origin universe trembled. The Celestial Emperor was stunned. "Teacher, you are here for real?" At this moment, the Celestial Emperor and the others also felt something was wrong. The origin universe was shaking. An earth-shattering shadow was projected into the origin universe. A figure that looked like an ancient demon emerged and walked toward the origin. Someone had broken the boundary and entered the origin universe. Was the Yang God here? Ha, 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 teacher, you are here. Kill them. Let's kill them together. The Celestial Emperor laughed. His huge figure walked over. At this moment, the Celestial Emperor and the others had no time to find a way to fight. The Yang God was here. This was a warrior at the beginning of the martial arts realm, breaking the boundary of the universe and entering the origin universe. Apart from the Yang God, who else could do this? The Celestial Emperor's avatar did not have time to deal with the Celestial Emperor. The Yang God was the real problem. The avatar returned, and the Celestial Emperor's weapon disappeared as well. It was like facing a formidable enemy. Outside the door, the Celestial Emperor wiped his forehead quietly. "Damn, you guys are scared to death." On the inside, he prayed that Zhang Tao and the others would hurry up. That bastard Fang Ping was too cruel and too fast. He killed them all in the blink of an eye. Wasn't he giving the Celestial Emperor more time? He was buying time. He felt helpless. In the origin universe, The huge figure was walking slowly. However, its speed was not fast. If one were to get closer to the figure, it was not the young god. A figure that looked the same as the Celestial Emperor broke through the origin universe and arrived. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. "Don't come out, don't come out. I am just taking a walk. Don't come out. If I come out, I might not be able to run away." The figure was moving slower and slower, slower and slower. While walking, it turned a corner. Yes, it turned a corner. It seemed to be lost. It was spinning and even going back. In the origin universe, the Celestial Emperor's eyes flickered. The next moment, he bellowed. This time he was really angry. His arms were cut off. The avatar that he had just withdrawn reappeared. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse found it both funny and annoying. He said softly, "Zhen, you are a genius." The Celestial Emperor's origin body started running. He cursed, "I didn't do it. Who knows who did it? Go and find him." Boom! Behind him, the Celestial Emperor appeared with the Emperor of Heaven Reverse's saber in his hand. He chased after the origin universe. Damn it, that was not the young god. It was Zhen. But the Celestial Emperor was still shocked. Was that Zhen's beginner form? How was it possible that he could break the origin universe? But soon he found something strange. In the void, a path seemed to be breaking. The Celestial Emperor's eyes lit up. He looked in that direction and felt relieved. Another creation. This guy was a genius. Last time, the Celestial Emperor had just broken the fake path he created. Today, there was another one. So, Zhen came in through this fake path. At this moment, the fake path was burning and breaking. The beginner form of the Celestial Emperor had already run away. In front of him, the Celestial Emperor's origin body was running. He yelled, "Go after me! Come to my origin universe. I have more than a dozen 9 breaking realm warriors waiting in ambush. If you come, you will die and leave behind your divine weapon. You are still going after me? Are you going to turn me down? Cheong, you are the number 1 of the 9 kings. How come you are running like a dog? Go after me." Celestial Emperor cursed. What was going on? Enough is enough. Do you really want to kill me? The Celestial Emperor was annoyed. If it were in the past, he might not go after him. But today, so many unforeseen events had occurred. His heart was indeed a bit uneasy and also a bit unhappy. Now that Celestial Emperor was making trouble, the Celestial Emperor wanted to take the chance to finish him off. Although Celestial Emperor was cursing, he was not slow. He had to run. He was in big trouble, though he had attracted the 9 kings' attention. Giving Wang Jinyang time to escape, the Celestial Emperor himself had been targeted. He had to solve the problem as soon as possible. The Celestial Emperor's avatar was made from 2 broken arms. It was not weak. Together with Emperor of Heaven Reverse's origin weapon, the 2 were top warriors. Even a 9-breaking realm warrior could not escape death. Stop chasing. Don't blame me for not warning you. Don't say I didn't warn you when you lose your arms and your origin weapon. Celestial Emperor's origin body cursed and kept running. At the same time, in the real world, Celestial Emperor's origin body trembled. The next second, another avatar flew over and merged with the Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor opened his eyes and cursed. "You are really going against me. You're not the Celestial Emperor. Okay, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Fong Ping, your father is here to give you something good." Celestial Emperor was panicking. If the Celestial Emperor came to his origin universe, he would be in big trouble. He had underestimated the Celestial Emperor's determination. He would go find Fong Ping and ask them to enter his origin universe so they could ambush the Celestial Emperor together. Let's see if the Celestial Emperor is going to chase us or not. The plan was going well, but Celestial Emperor had underestimated the Celestial Emperor's determination. Or rather, the death of so many avatars had infuriated the Celestial Emperor. Now, once he entered Celestial Emperor's origin world, Celestial Emperor would be in danger. In the Forbidden Sea, Fong Ping and Xu Xiang worked together, and soon. Dong Huang was taken care of. This time, the 9 emperors' avatars did not cause them too much trouble. The 9 emperors had seriously underestimated them. Sensing that Emperor of Heaven Reverse was also killed, Fang Ping could not help but laugh. This old guy is really strong. 1 against 2. It did not take long for Celestial Emperor to kill the 2 avatars. He was much stronger than the sage tree. Right now, only the Spirit Emperor in the confinement bell was left. Cat stole a glance at Fang Ping and mumbled, "Should we lock up Fatty and ask him to do our laundry, cook, and feed us cat food?" "He is not the Celestial Emperor. Why are you so protective?" Fang Ping laughed. "Don't even think about this. Right now, we don't have the energy to watch over a Pudgio avatar. If it's peaceful, we can capture the Spirit Emperor and ask her to do our laundry, cook, and feed us cat food. That's still acceptable. But now," Fang Ping chuckled, "how about we strip naked and give it to Sherpa? In this way, maybe Sherpa will be dead set on us." Inside the confinement bell, the Spirit Emperor's face was cold. She did not want to destroy this avatar. When Cat said that he would not kill her, she actually had some hope. But hearing Fang Ping's words, the Spirit Emperor's face was cold. She glanced at Fang Ping coldly, and her body was burning. She should just die. If Fang Ping really stripped her and gave her to Sherpa, even if it was just an avatar, she could not accept it. Living a life worse than death. She could not accept this kind of humiliation. Kaboom! With a loud noise, the Spirit Emperor's avatar self-destructed. Fang Ping shrugged. The boy's servant stared at him blankly. Defeated. 1 sentence forced Paju to die. Although it was just an avatar, the Spirit Emperor did self-destruct. He did not even make a move. He self-destructed just like that. The boy's servant was a little stunned. Killing people could be done like this? He had learned something new. He had not killed many people. As Battle's boy servant who dared to provoke him. He had been staying in Combat Heavenly Palace in the early days and went to the Arcane Realm later. Although he did not have blood on his hands, he had not really experienced these things. Today, the boy's servant felt that he had learned a lot. What was learned on paper was shallow. If you knew something, you had to do it. Sure enough, some things could only be known after you did it. Now was the time. The boy's servant felt that he had really learned a lot. For example, the acting from before. Whether it was real or fake, the 3 realms might also be confused. Now, with 1 sentence, the Spirit Emperor's trouble was solved. Cat would not be dissatisfied. It could not be helped. The Spirit Emperor self-destructed. Fang Ping did not do anything. He just said that he would give it to Sherpa. Was Sherpa that scary? The Spirit Emperor self-destructed. Fang Ping sighed. That's why I said I would give it to Sherpa. Next time when I catch the real body, I say I will give it to Sky Dog. Will her real body self-destruct? Cat stared at Fang Ping in a daze. Then it said pitifully no. Cat suddenly felt that Big Fatty might really be played to death. The swindler caught Big Fatty and said he would give it to Sky Dog to play with. Meow, it was unimaginable. Big Fatty would definitely self-destruct. Beside him, Sky Dog's face was stiff. What did it mean? Smack! Cat whipped its tail a little unhappy. Sky Dog seemed to be looking forward to it. Sky Dog was aggrieved. Why did it hit him? It was not him who said he wanted it. Fang Ping said he would give it to him, but he had not given it to him yet. However, Sky Dog's eyes lit up. You really want to give me the real body of the Emperor? It did not think of anything else. It just felt that if it really swallowed the Emperor, would it be terrifyingly powerful. It wanted to eat. Unfortunately, the dog's eyes were so bright that Cat could not help but smack its head again. Sky Dog was really perverted. Fang Ping was also speechless. It was just a casual remark, and it took it seriously. 7 Emperor clones were killed just like that. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. It was too easy. To be honest, he was prepared for a bloody battle. Now it was so easy that he was a little annoyed. Let's go. I can't take it lying down. I've been preparing for so long, and this is all I can do. Are you looking down on me? Fang Ping said angrily, Go up to ninth heaven and break the immortal source. I have to create a big commotion today, the boy's servant hurriedly dissuaded. No, if you break the immortal source now, the emperors will not be able to stay calm anymore. They will definitely come in person. Even if the ground of origin is in chaos, they will still kill you. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. I know, but I'm really annoyed. He felt like he had not had enough fun yet. Moreover, the commotion was not big enough. There were no waves in the three realms. After this time, he might not be able to hide his strength of breaking 9. Breaking 9 was just this little commotion? That was too embarrassing. As he was thinking, the void exploded over there. Sky-suppressing Heavenly King broke through the air and shouted, Kid, do something big. The Emperor God is rushing over with his divine weapon. I've trapped him. Let's kill him together. Yes, trapped by him. He wanted to save his face too. Could he say that he was being chased? He was trapped. Real body? Fang Ping asked hurriedly. A clone, but it's not forged by divine weapons. It's his 2 arms. If we kill this clone, it'll be enough to make him suffer. He'll probably curse. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He said quickly, Okay, where is it? I'll go kill him. My origin world. Fang Ping was stunned. Then he could not help but say, Godfather, you're still the best. You're much braver than me. Even I don't dare to break into my origin world. You even dare to use the Emperor God's clone. You're the craziest in the 3 realms. Respect. He was convinced. Yes, Fang Ping was really convinced. This person was really crazy. How strong was this origin world that he dared to use it to ambush the Emperor God's clone? Sky-suppressing Heavenly King was still the number 1 in the 3 realms. Fang Ping felt that he was really inferior. Look, in order to make the Emperor God suffer a big loss. This old man was so fierce. He killed 2 Emperor God's clones while trapping the Emperor God's clone. He should be stronger than the Emperor God's clone he killed before. Was he still human? Fang Ping felt that he would not be able to do it. Seeing Fang Ping's admiring gaze, Sky-suppressing Heavenly King's face darkened slightly. Are you mocking me? However, upon closer inspection, it did not seem like it. Fang Ping did not know about the origin world. He really thought that Sky-suppressing Heavenly King had deliberately set up a trap to trap the Emperor God's clone. He did not expect that the other party was chasing after Sky-suppressing Heavenly King. Fang Ping could not be blamed for being stupid. He really did not expect that the Emperor God and the others wanted to kill him. Why would they chase after Sky-suppressing Heavenly King for no reason? Moreover, they were in the origin world. This must have been lured here by Sky-suppressing Heavenly King himself. He should have made preparations for an ambush. Now that he was looking for him, was he probably trying to hide his strength? Fang Ping guessed in his heart. How strong was this old man? Sky-suppressing Heavenly King was not in the mood to care about this. He suppressed the urgency in his heart and coughed softly. Hurry up, you Ashu! He glanced at the boy servant, a little worried. Entering the origin world was not a joke. What if his own origin world was destroyed? Shu Xiang, go to ninth heaven secretly and see what's going on. We can settle this ourselves. The boy's servant smiled. He knew what Sky-suppressing Heavenly King meant. To be honest, he was a little impressed that Sky-suppressing Heavenly King dared to let Fang Ping and Ash enter. Those who were skilled were bold. Of course, he trusted Fang Ping and the others more. Otherwise, who would dare to let powerhouses enter their origin world? Since he was worried about him, he did not stay. It was only right that he was worried. If he really let him in, he would be worried that there was a conspiracy. The boy's servant did not say much and quickly left. This time he felt that it was very dangerous. Now it seemed that King Man and Sky-suppressing Heavenly King were both cunning old foxes. They were actually not satisfied with 7 clones. Now they deliberately lured the Emperor God to cut off his own arms to forge an avatar. These people were really sinister. Master, oh master, if you had any of these two's cunning, you wouldn't have. Sigh. Xu Xiang sighed. Master was too upright. However, looking at Fang Ping and the others now with a comparison, Xu Xiang suddenly felt that these people were actually real martial artists. Cunning as ghosts. Some of them hid their strength. Some of them tried to lure martial emperors. Some of them tried to put on a show. And some of them tried to recognize their father. In short, during this period of time, he felt that the three realms was really very complicated. This was something he had never felt or seen before. In his opinion, the 9 emperors were great enemies and cunning people. But now, when he encountered these people, he still suffered a loss, and not a small one at that. If the Emperor God's avatar died, he would have been blown up by Fang Ping 3 times. The first of the 9 emperors. Why did he feel that the Emperor God was stupid now and that he was always the one at a disadvantage? The boy's servant shook his head. He felt that he should not think that way. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Emperor God was only SOSO. If he really had this kind of illusion, he was afraid that the next time he encountered the Emperor God, he would die a terrible death. It's not that the Emperor God is stupid. It's that these people are too. The boy servant did not know what to say for a moment. Anyway, he felt that in the current human world, martial artists were not only powerful, but also somewhat indescribable. Not quite the same as the simplicity of the past. He did not know what the human world had experienced all these years. With a belly full of doubts, the boy's servant disappeared quickly. As for Fang Ping, he was not in a hurry and continued to flatter the sky-suppressing Heavenly King. He felt that the sky-suppressing Heavenly King was really awesome. The sky-suppressing Heavenly King was so anxious that he was about to burst into flames. If he did not help, his origin world would be blown up. Chapter 1414. Cut the crap and come in. Otherwise he'll run away. Heavenly King Zhen growled, interrupting Fang Ping's flattery. Enough! If you still don't come, I'll be in big trouble. Godfather, did you enter with your real body? Fang Ping was curious. Was it his true form or his origin form? If it was his true body, he would need to use the source soil to lay it down. Thinking about it, did the old man lack the source soil? Not at all. He had an origin Earth star. How could a true tycoon not have origin Earth to pave his origin world? Sure enough, Heavenly King Jin quickly said, "True body!" If it was the origin body, its strength would be greatly reduced. Even if Fang Ping and the old cat's origin body entered, they would not be a match for the Emperor God. It would be a wasted trip. The Heavenly King Zhen Wang did not say anything else. With a light shout, a small world appeared in the void. The door opened. "Quick, enter." Heavenly King Subduing's voice was sharp. "Hurry up! What are you waiting for?" Fang Ping was unhurried. He brought Big Cat with him and stepped into the void. Beside him, Heavenly Hound was just about to enter when Heavenly King Jin scolded. "Wait!" The Heavenly Hound's face turned ugly. Was he looking down on dogs? "Can I go in and take a look? It was good to watch the fun. Why can't this Emperor enter?" Heavenly King Suppressing did not have the time to care about it. The Heavenly Hound was in the midst of being indignant. With a rumble, the door that had not disappeared yet. Fang Ping was in a daze. A streak of blood appeared on his head, extending all the way to his crotch. Fang Ping's expression was ugly as he glared at the Heavenly King. Wasn't he supposed to be trapped? Didn't you say you were going to ambush him? As soon as he entered, he was caught off guard and was slashed out by a saber. Damn it! Fang Ping growled. Beside him, Tengu broke into a run without saying a word. Forget it. I'm not going to watch the show. It felt like nothing good was going to happen inside. Fang Ping had just killed the monarch's doppelganger so quickly that it thought it could go in and reap some benefits. Now that it saw that Fang Ping had been hacked to this state, how would it dare to go in? Fang Ping charged into Heavenly King Suppressing's source. world once again. Heaven-subduing king's origin world wasn't small. Even if it was only 100 meters wide, the world you could see inside would be larger than what you could see from the outside. At this moment in the source world, the divine emperor directly attacked from the great path. The great Tao of heavenly king subduing was now in ruins. However, for the heavenly king Zhenwang, even if his great Tao was broken, the problem was not as serious as he imagined. The source world, on the other hand, could not afford to have any major problems. Fang Ping charged in again. The Emperor God was fighting with the Heavenly King's suppression. Heavenly King subduing was being suppressed. The suppressing Heavenly King who was fighting was not an origin form. At a glance, Fang Ping guessed that it should be his beginner form, but now it was being suppressed by the Emperor God. Fang Ping sensed the saber in the Emperor God's hand. It was not inferior to his chaos-vanquishing saber. Very powerful. In addition, the doppelganger was much stronger than before. Now, Heavenly King Zhenwang was in a difficult position. Heavenly King Zhenwang still had to protect his source world from being broken. What are you looking at? Go! Heavenly King Zhen roared. Fang Ping was still enjoying the show. When Fang Ping entered, the Emperor God also saw Fang Ping. His expression changed, and he said coldly, "I see." Fang Ping had really broken 9. Previously, he thought that Fang Ping could only achieve breakthrough 9 under special circumstances. Looking at it now, it was a real breakthrough 9. Fang Ping had broken through 9 times, and Song Mao had broken through 9 times. In that case, with the help of Zhang Tao and the rest, the 5 clones might fail indeed. So it wasn't the Yang God who did it? He still thought that the God creation envoys had gone to assist Fang Ping. If that was the case, then it might not be the Yang God who killed people, but Fang Ping himself. This old man has underestimated you. The Emperor God sighed. He had underestimated Fang Ping. He had actually broken through 9 times. Without further ado, the Emperor God turned and walked toward Heavenly King Zhenwang Avenue, returning to the source. The news of Fang Ping breaking through 9 times had to be brought back. He was not afraid of Heavenly King Zhenwang and Fang Ping. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be able to keep his doppelganger. This doppelganger was different from the previous one. Moreover, the beginner martial divine weapon was still there. This divine weapon was not inferior to Breakthrough 9. However, he did not want to continue fighting. He might not be able to kill the 2 of them. It was not worth it to lose this doppelganger. It was better to send the news back. When he knew that Fang Ping had broken through 9 times, his main body would naturally think of a way to deal with them. You come and go as you please? Heavenly King Zhen Wang scolded. You come and go as you please. Who do you think I am? I've given you face. Seal. With a low shout, a round ball shot out. With a rumble, the incomparably wide road was instantly blocked by a large ball. Heavenly King Zhenwang scolded, Leave. Where are you going? He used the Earth Origin Star to block the entrance of the avenue. If you have the ability, you can break this and leave. The Emperor God's expression did not change. He looked at him and said calmly, Do you want to die? Blocking the avenue. Heavenly King Zhenwang's origin body could not be enhanced. He could only rely on the beginner martial body to fight him. Moreover, this was his source world. Wasn't the Heavenly King afraid of breaking the source? Heavenly King Zhen Wang humphed. Die. Do you think this doppelganger of yours can really do anything to me? Fang Ping, go. This attitude of closing the door and releasing the dog made Fang Ping a little uncomfortable. Heavenly King Zhen Wang seemed to be shouting, Dog, bite him! Why did it sound so unpleasant? Heavenly King Zhenwang saw that Fang Ping did not move and said gloomily, Go! I'm only left with a beginner martial body. I'm not his match. Kill him. Kill him and you'll definitely be rich. This is a clone transformed from his 2 arms. His qi and blood are extremely powerful, and his life force is extremely dense. There must be a mental power crystal. Even the fist god is not as good as his clone. The fist god had only broken through 8, but this clone had broken through 9. Furthermore, it was a part of the divine emperor's main body. This was definitely much stronger than the previous clones, and the benefits were also much greater. Also, Do's elementary martial divine weapon has been refined for tens of thousands of years. It's stronger than your chaos vanquishing saber. Take it and fuse it with your chaos vanquishing saber. Kid, you can kill an emperor with one saber strike. A divine weapon that had been tempered by a peak expert for tens of thousands of years. One could well imagine how powerful it was. Now that Do himself was not around, if Fong Ping could integrate it into the chaos vanquishing saber, that would be really amazing. The God Emperor did not panic. He held his saber and slashed it across the ground. With a boom, the earth shook. The source world trembled. The divine emperor said lightly, "Zhen, you are seeking death. Since that's the case, I'll destroy your original body." Break. With a low shout, the long saber fell, and with a rumble it struck the ground. Bang! The heavenly King Zhen's beginner martial body rushed over, holding a long staff. He lifted the saber, but the long staff cracked. The heavenly King Zhen's veins were bulging, and he roared, "Fong Ping, what are you doing? Are you watching the show?" No hurry. Fong Ping was not in a hurry. The chaos vanquishing saber suddenly turned into 36 saint tokens, 8 heavenly king seals, and 1 emperor seal. Seal! With a low shout, these seals instantly hid into the source world. The source world immediately stabilized, no longer trembling like before. The God Emperor's eyes gleamed. "You want to trap and kill me?" Fong Ping was so confident. He did not use the chaos vanquishing saber, but used it to seal the source world. Did he really think that he could kill him? Fong Ping ignored him, his vitality erupting. In the next moment, a large net soared into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. This was not enough. A flying carpet also rose into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He wanted to seal this world completely, so that the God Emperor could not escape. Big cat mentality intimidation. Meow. The cat meowed. In the void, countless kittens suddenly appeared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at the God Emperor. This was the first time Fong Ping saw the cat intimidate its opponent in this way. Meow. Meow. One by one, the kittens kept meowing. The God Emperor's expression changed slightly, his mentality a little turbulent. Hundreds and thousands of kittens appeared around the God Emperor, meowing constantly. Even Fong Ping felt a little annoyed. "Lock you up." The cat's main body was still next to Fong Ping. In the next moment, it threw out the heaven-confining bell, sky gong, divine peeking mirror. On the other side, heavenly King Zhen was a little dazed. These two tycoons. Fong Ping threw out many divine weapons, so did the cat. At this moment, his source world had gathered 6 or 7 divine weapons. The God Emperor wielded his saber, breaking through the air, slashing at a kitten. With a rumble, the kitten was broken into pieces. The God Emperor did not delay. His speed was extremely fast, the Changdao sweeping across, vitality erupting. With a sweep, the kitten was broken into pieces. Awoo! The cat was a little annoyed, letting out a different cry. As for Fong Ping, he did not make a move. He estimated that the God Emperor's avatar with the Changdao was a little frighteningly powerful. The avatar's vitality was about close to 50 million calories, but that saber increased his strength by at least 20%. In other words, this avatar, when wielding the saber, had an explosive force close to 60 million calories. Although not as powerful as Fong Ping, the gap was not big. If Fong Ping really wanted to kill him quickly, he might be seriously injured, and the heavenly King Zhen's source world might not be preserved. 2 arms could explode with such powerful vitality force. Fong Ping knew that this time, the God Emperor would probably pay a big price. If that was the case, he must make him stay. Rumble. The heavenly King Zhen attacked again, working with the cat, and fought with the God Emperor for a while. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly King Zhen was covered in blood and he was killed. Just as the God Emperor wanted to chase after him, tokens suddenly appeared in all directions. The tokens formed a defense formation. The God Emperor slashed, causing the formation to tremble for a while. You want to exhaust my strength. The God Emperor was indifferent. He saw through Fang Ping's intention. But would this work? The heavenly King Zhen also roared, "We can't drag this on. The Avatar has lost contact and hasn't returned for a long time. His main body might come to kill us. We must end this quickly and hide the Source Stars so that he can't find us. The God Emperor might come to kill us. If his Avatar really did not return for a long time, he might come to kill us. There's no hurry. This is caused by your bragging all the time." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "If you did not brag and say that you trapped him, I would not have exposed my strength and come in. To think that I thought I could kill people when I came in. Who knew that the other party was suppressing you?" The heavenly King Zhen was aggrieved. "Who was bragging? You were just guessing." Fang Ping did not bother to say more. After watching for a while, he asked, "You're a beginner marshal. How strong is your mentality?" The heavenly King Zhen was stunned for a moment, but quickly said, "More than 90,000 hertz." Fang Ping was even more stunned than him. More than 90,000 hertz? What the hell? You're a beginner marshal, but your mentality is close to a qualitative change. You're too scary. Once there's a qualitative change, won't your beginner marshal break 9 points directly? Fuse. Fang Ping could not be bothered to be shocked anymore. The old man's strength was terrifyingly strong. His beginner martial body was close to breaking 9 points. Once he fused them, his strength would probably skyrocket. All right, the subduing king wasted no time. He flew toward Fang Ping in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he landed beside Fang Ping. With a rumble, he wrapped Fang Ping up like a meatball. Fang Ping's face was flushed. With a roar, his vitality soared. The subduing king's beginner martial vitality was close to 40 million calories. Vitality, not force. This old man did not convert it into force because his mentality was not strong enough. Even so, Fang Ping felt that his beginner martial body might not be any weaker than Fist God's. It might even be stronger. The strength of his physique was much stronger than Fang Ping's. Right now, Fang Ping's basic vitality was only 19 million calories. Rumble! Fang Ping's vitality erupted again. The source world was shaking violently, as if it could not withstand it. At this time, the God Emperor, who was breaking the formation, changed his expression slightly. So powerful, the God Emperor did not waste any time. He broke through the air and slashed at the flying carpet and fishing net in the void. At this time, he felt a strong sense of danger. Fang Ping had the strength to kill him now. Trying to leave now? It's too late. Fang Ping had wanted to exhaust him. In the end, the subduing king avatar had fused with him. Fang Ping realized that he was terrifyingly powerful. He might have exceeded 70 million calories. At this point, how could he not even defeat a clone? Die. Without a weapon, Fang Ping threw a punch. The cat shrieked, shocking the God Emperor again. It was not just the cat. At this time, in the void, another subduing king appeared suddenly. There was a rumble, another burst of mentality. This was the source body. The God Emperor's body trembled slightly. His saber still hit the fishing net. The fishing net and the flying carpet creaked, even a part of it cracked. But the heaven-confining bell and the other divine weapons quickly suppressed it. Behind him, Fang Ping threw a punch. Seeing that he could not break the seal, the God Emperor turned around and slashed with his saber. Rumble. Fang Ping's hand was bleeding profusely, but his punch sent the Changdao flying. The God Emperor Avatar's arm exploded. I'll beat you up. At this time, Fang Ping was like a demon king. He clenched his fists and quickly closed in. His fists were like phantoms one punch after another, extremely fast. The rumbling sound of explosions was heard continuously. Sparks flew everywhere. The God Emperor's expression was solemn. He kept fighting back. Although his combat strength was not as good as Fang Ping's, his skills were superb. Diverting force, borrowing force, predicting, at this moment, the avatar was displayed incisively and vividly. Fang Ping gave it his all, but he felt a little exhausted. He had experienced this feeling from Old Man Li before. This also showed that the God Emperor's understanding of martial arts was beyond imagination. After all, he was the #1 emperor in the world. Even if he had not fought for many years, he did not abandon it. Even his avatar's combat strength was unparalleled. The 2 avatars that Fang Ping killed earlier could only be considered robots. This avatar had a bit of an avatar's flavor. Quake! The God Emperor threw a punch. Fang Ping also threw a punch. The fist force vibrated. Fang Ping's whole body trembled, but he broke the spell with force. One punch caused the God Emperor's arm to explode. No matter how superb your skills are, your strength is still not enough. If I break the spell with force, I can still kill you. Exchanging injury for injury. How could the avatar compare to the real body? Meow. A sharp meow sounded again. The cat had also noticed the God Emperor's flaw. This meow was extremely sharp. The God Emperor's head roared. His vision blurred. Fang Ping threw another punch. Bang! His sternum was penetrated. The God Emperor was sent flying. At this time, all the saints quickly sealed the Heavenly King seal. The divine weapons like the heaven-confining bell wrapped around the God Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the God Emperor was trapped in the divine weapon array. Fang Ping did not dare to slow down. He attacked the heaven-confining bell madly. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sounds were heard. The entire source world trembled violently. The Heavenly King's voice was heard, a little anxious. Hurry up, or else my origin will be destroyed. Not good. Hurry. His real body seems to have sensed it. Kill him quickly. I'll shift the origin stars. The Heavenly King was getting more and more anxious. Fang Ping was also a little shocked. He was shocked by the God Emperor's tenacity. The 3 powerhouses joined forces and so many divine weapons. Yet they still could not kill the God Emperor. This guy's avatar was probably not much weaker than the previous 5 avatars. This guy did not use much strength to kill him previously. Old man, hold on. I'm going to explode. Fang Ping roared. On both his fists, blood, red, filled the air. His vitality was burning. The Heavenly King's voice suddenly sharpened. Control it, don't overflow. It was too late. Rumble. With a punch, the heaven-confining bell was directly flattened. Rumble. The inside of the heaven-confining bell was directly turned into nothingness. The God Emperor's expression also changed. With a rumble, the avatar exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The aftermath shook. With a rumble, the source world began to crack. The Heavenly King could not care so much. He quickly broke away from Fang Ping, put away the origin stars that were blocking the way, and roared, I'll shift the origin stars. His real body is coming. Rumble. At this moment, in the source universe, a large star seemed to be burning, fleeing at high speed. The Heavenly King could not care less about hiding his whereabouts. He had to run far away first. The source world. The rumble was endless. Dong Huang roared, Cheong, what are you doing? Cheong actually ran away. He stopped suppressing the source world and ran away. At this moment, the entire source world was shaking. Surges of energy spread out, bombarding all directions. The walls were cracking. Emperor of Heaven Reverse's figure emerged, suppressing all directions. The other God Emperor also showed up, suppressing the turbulence. The human emperor scolded, Cheong, do you want us to be trapped together? Do you want to leave? From the distance came the God Emperor's voice, cold. Something happened to my avatar. How is that possible? Before his voice trailed off, they saw a shocking scene. Not long after the God Emperor left the source world. With a rumble, his arms that were cut off had yet to recover. Now, even his shoulders were blown up. Everyone was silent. Something had happened. Cheong's avatar was killed. How long had it been? Was he killed? How could Cheong's avatar be killed so quickly? Emperor of Heaven Reverse shouted, "Come back!" Rumble. The source universe was shaking. However, at this moment, someone cursed, "Summon my hammer. The saber is mine." It was the Heavenly King's voice. Emperor of Heaven Reverse's expression changed. He shouted again, "Come back!" Rumble. In the source universe, a vast planet was glowing. A saber appeared on the planet. Emperor of Heaven Reverse's expression changed. His natal saber was trapped. Emperor of Heaven Reverse. Don't even think about the saber. At this moment, another person appeared on the planet. Fong Ping's voice was loud. He stood on the planet with pride. In front of him, the array formed by the seals of the 9 emperors was trapping the saber. "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven Reverse, for the gift." Fong Ping chuckled, his silhouette slowly disappearing. The next moment, in the source universe, the planet dimmed down and vanished. He has returned to the 3 realms. In the source world, Emperor of Heaven Reverse's eyes glowed. The golden ray pierced through the source world and looked toward the source universe. But he knew that Fong Ping had left. Fong Ping had suppressed his natal saber, left the source universe, and returned to the 3 realms. He has reached the 9th level. Emperor of Heaven Reverse murmured. Outside the source world, the God Emperor's expression changed. His arm grew out again. The next moment, a long sword returned from the sky. His natal divine weapon. He had been guarding the source world. Now that he was summoned back, the God Emperor did not say anything. He wielded the long sword and dashed toward the direction where the planet appeared. Boom! Like a shooting star, the long sword lit up the entire source universe with flames. Boom! The sword slashed. However, there was nothing but desolation. The place where the large star had appeared was now empty. In the source world, the chaos was getting worse. Right then, Emperor Donghuang suddenly groaned and shouted, "Come back! Damn it, someone is taking my natal divine weapon." The God Emperor's expression changed as he heard this. The source world was in trouble again. Hao's natal divine weapon also had the ability to break the 9th level. Now someone was taking it. Just now, he had called back his natal divine weapon. Now, it seemed that Hao could not hold on any longer. Bastard! The God Emperor could not help but bellow. His voice shook the source world. Fire was burning everywhere. Where did so many powerful warriors come from in the 3 realms? At the source world, was it a natal divine weapon or many natal divine weapons? His avatar was killed. The others' avatars were also killed. Now there was a change in the source world. Thinking of this, the God Emperor sighed. War. Speaking of which, the chaos today had a lot to do with war. If it was not for his arrow that shook the source world would not have been shaken as soon as he came out. Then his main body could have descended for a longer time. At first, he thought that it was just a delay. They could quickly suppress the source world and return to their previous state. But now, things were getting more and more troublesome. The God Emperor sighed and did not stay any longer. Zhen had already escaped. It was difficult for him to find his whereabouts in the source universe. His avatar was killed. He could not even locate him. He should suppress the source world first. The long sword disappeared again, breaking through the air. Something had happened at the source world. It was better to continue suppressing the source world first. Zhen would settle the score with him sooner or later. The God Emperor broke through the door and entered the source world. He had just disappeared. In the next moment, outside the door of the source world, a cat grabbed a person and appeared next to the door. I'll let you guys mess around again. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. His origin form held a round ball in its hand and smashed it toward the Vitality Gate with a rumble. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out again. Crack! The Vitality Door was broken. At this moment, the powerhouses who cultivated vitality in the three realms all felt a powerful vitality force gushing out from the Sanjiao Gate. Fang Ping did not say anything. He grabbed the cat's tail and fled quickly. Fang Ping! An angry roar resounded throughout the three realms. The emperors were enraged. The God Emperor who had just left did not expect Fang Ping to be so bold. He actually let the cat bring him to break the door. That day, when the God Emperor used the Vitality Door, Fang Ping had only split a small opening and many things had happened. Today, Fang Ping directly used the Earth Origin Star and punched a big hole in the Vitality Door. At this moment, the Source World was rioting. Breaking the door and breaking the door were not the same. The heavenly King Zhen and the others broke the nine and entered the Source World. That was the Tao breaking the door. As for Fang Ping, this guy directly smashed through the Source World door. These two were completely different. Fang Ping, you bastard, you're asking for it. At this moment, the God Emperor was also furious. Bastard. At this time, the Vitality Door was cracking. The God Emperor could not sit still anymore. He hurriedly flew toward the Vitality Door. The God Emperor also hurried back, shouting, "Hurry, repair the Vitality Door!" In the three realms, the Vitality powerhouses were still absorbing large amounts of pure Vitality force. Each of them was extremely shocked. They all saw it just now. They vaguely saw something. Fang Ping used a round ball and smashed through the Vitality Door. After that, endless Vitality force surged in. What did Fang Ping do? He went to break the door again. The reason why it was said again was because until now, on the Vitality Door, Fang Ping's last words were still there. God Emperor, I'm going to ninth heaven. Be careful with your divine weapons, ha ha ha. At this moment, there was a wild laugh. In the Dark Source universe, Fang Ping grabbed the cat's tail and disappeared in the darkness. As soon as he said that, the God Emperor roared. Heavenly Emperor reverse sighed. Without saying anything more, he quickly condensed a clone and disappeared. Dong Huang did not delay either. He quickly condensed a clone and disappeared in the Source World. Trouble. Fang Ping was lighting fires everywhere. However, they were somewhat restricted by the Source World and could not leave. The God Emperor's eyes were cold. He said to the Source World, "Gee, come to the Source World with your real body and hide in the dark. If Fang Ping really dares to go, kill him." Even if the few of them couldn't leave, one of the others could still leave. At this point, they had to prevent Fang Ping and the others from attacking Ninth Heaven. 2 clones might not be of any use. So many clones had been killed. At this moment, only the Emperor himself could go. This time, the Emperor did not refuse. He could not refuse. Quickly suppress the Source World and repair the door. The Emperor did not waste any more words. He tore the Source universe apart and disappeared on the spot. The Source World must be suppressed. Otherwise, it might be breached today. As soon as the Emperor left, the Source World quieted down again. The Emperors all had their own thoughts. At this time, the Spirit Emperor's voice came, mocking. A bunch of living dead. No matter how strong they are, what can they do? Were the Emperors strong? Very strong. Unfortunately, they were all a bunch of living dead. Most of their energy was occupied by the Source World. Many emperors were actually fooled by these people from the 3 realms. The Divine Emperor said coldly, "So, I don't want to be a living dead anymore." The reason for these arrangements, the reason for the 10,000 years of chaos in the 3 realms, what was it for? Wasn't it because he didn't want to be controlled by these things? What a joke! If you don't break free, you will forever be restrained by the Source. Only by transcending will you no longer be restrained. An emperor who was no longer restrained was definitely not like this. They would never be overwhelmed by one Fang Ping, one town. Today's chaos had arisen precisely because they wanted to break the deadlock. As soon as these words came out, Everyone fell silent. Even Ling Huang didn't say anything. Yes, everything. Wasn't it all for the sake of not being a living dead? Chapter 14:15. Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping walked out quickly, once again suppressing the battle divine weapon. Not only did he have to suppress the divine weapon, the blood in the heaven-trapping bell was also rapidly fusing together, as though it was trying to form another clone. Fang Ping needed to suppress it too. If it were not for the fact that these divine weapons could not be used, Fang Ping would not have asked the Heavenly King Garrison to borrow the stars. My ball! Just as the Heavenly King Garrison was about to speak, Fang Ping said angrily, Damn it, the Emperor God chased after me too quickly. I didn't have time to retrieve it. Heavenly King Zhen's face turned from green to purple, then from purple to black. He suddenly cursed. F***CK off. Do you think I'm an idiot? Give it back to me. He was about to fly into a rage. Do you think you can fool me? I started my business by robbing and conning people. You actually fooled your father? Don't talk nonsense. Let's go to the 9 heavens. Where are you going? Heavenly King Jin cursed. Are you courting death? Do you think the Emperor is a fool? Why is he not going to suppress the immortal origin now? The Emperor's true body will definitely descend. Don't go looking for death. Fang Ping said regretfully, Then we'll just give up? This is a rare opportunity. As he spoke, he shook his head. Forget it. I'll go and help old Zhang and the others first. Just as he was about to leave, Heavenly King Zhen grabbed him by the neck and unleashed his beginner martial body. The origin body and the beginner body surrounded Fang Ping at the same time. Bastard, give it back. Heavenly King Zhen was flustered and exasperated. You want to change the topic? No way. My original Earth Star. My life savings. That thing was too precious. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never give it to Fang Ping. That black-hearted bastard snatched whatever he saw. He might as well kill him. As he spoke, Heavenly King subduing cursed. Bastard, your chaos-vanquishing saber and battle's natal saber are both supreme treasures. I'm already so poor, yet you still want to take advantage of me? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Woof! The Heavenly Hound let out a low cry. Bang! Heavenly King, subduing Chu Wu Xin, punched him on the head and said angrily, What are you shouting for? Did you eat his conscience? Woof! The Heavenly Hound was dumbfounded. Why did you hit me? When you say that, this Emperor will say something along the way. Why did you hit this daddy? The subduing Heavenly King could not be bothered with it. He did not care whether the Heavenly Hound was happy or not. He continued to roar, Return it to me! Here. Fang Ping's expression was one of nonchalance. He tossed the small ball over and muttered, Stingy! To think that you would treat something made of mud as a treasure. Heavenly King Jin snorted. He took the ball and looked at it. There seemed to be some marks on it. He said disdainfully, You want to take a piece and leave? He was thinking too much. I've been refining it for more than 10,000 years. If you can cut a piece off, you'll be amazing. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. This old man was guarding against him. No wonder he did not remind him to lend it to him. Fang Ping did want to scrape some off, but in the end there was no way. Are you really not going to the 9 heavens? Fang Ping was still a little unwilling. He still wanted to go to 9th heaven and continue his mission. Heavenly King Jin exhaled and said, If we go now, we will definitely encounter the Emperor's true body. Also, it might expose those guys. We've already created an opportunity, but we don't know if they've completed it. It's better not to go now. I'm afraid it will cause chaos. Emperor True Body. He did not know who was coming. If it was Emperor Nan and the others, Fang Ping would not be afraid. However, if it was a few of the top few, then forget it. They were not a match. Heavenly King Jin said, Quickly, stop talking nonsense. Absorb the Emperor God's vitality as soon as possible. This old guy is terrifyingly powerful. His arms are broken, but it's still enough for you to hone your physique a little more. Suppress the divine weapon of fighting and call Shu Xiang. When the blacksmith comes back, we'll work together to recast the chaos-vanquishing saber. There are many things to do now. Even if you fight with the Emperor True Body once, what's the use? Other than making them more wary of you, what else can you do? So what if you kill one? The most important thing now is to solve other troubles, improve your strength, and wait for the final battle. Don't think about what you can do now, kid. This time the harvest was huge. He killed 8 clones. No, he also killed one at the immortal origin and one outside the origin, a total of 10. This was the only opportunity like this. It was already very successful now. Fang Ping still wanted to create more results, but Heavenly King Zhen felt that it was not feasible and the losses outweighed the gains. Your strength of breaking 9 has been exposed. Now, they still don't know how far you've gone on the path of breaking 9. You haven't shown your true strength. If they really find out, you kid will be in big trouble. You still have to hide something. Also, the speed of your improvement must be faster than their speed of reaction. Heavenly King Jin said seriously, the foundation of the 3 realms is almost exposed this time. Shu Xiang might be exposed this time, and my strength has also been completely exposed now. All? Fang Ping asked doubtfully, really? Nonsense. Heavenly King Jin said impatiently. How strong do you think this old man is? All these years of accumulation. These days, all have been exposed. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Your old beginner martial body, can you break 9 after absorbing the Emperor God's vitality? The Emperor God's clone was definitely stronger than Fist God. Logically, such a powerful vitality was not weaker than the Emperor God who absorbed the supreme beginner martial. If Heavenly King Zhen absorbed it, could he achieve a beginner martial breakthrough 9? Heavenly King Jin laughed. Are you willing to give it to me? Fang Ping needed it too. Or rather, he needed all of it. The Emperor and the first Emperor. The Emperor God's 2 arms were much stronger than the Emperor West's 4 limbs. The difference of tens of millions of cal between the Emperor West and the Emperor God did not seem to be much. But in reality, there was still a fundamental difference between the 2 of them. The Emperor God's clone forced Fang Ping and the others into a panic, and many of them had broken 9. But if the Emperor West's real body came, Fang Ping might not be afraid of him. This was the difference. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Why not? This time I cut off his arms. Next time I'll cut off his legs. Heavenly King Zhen laughed, looking at Fang Ping with a low laugh. If my double body breaks 9, after fusing, my combat strength will soar, and you may not be able to suppress me. Can you rest assured if you can't suppress me? The current Heavenly King Zhen's performance was still not too strong. If he was strong, he would not be chased by the Emperor God's clone until there was no way out. About 50 million calories. Of course, this was referring to the origin body. The beginner martial body was less than 40 million, but it was close. Previously, when both bodies joined forces, they were suppressed by the Emperor God's clone. Why must I suppress you? Fang Ping squinted and smiled. In this day and age, when the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. You're really stronger than me. Help me hold up this collapsing sky, isn't that good? Heavenly King Jin said nothing. Beside him, Heavenly Hound could not help but drool. If you guys don't want it, give it to me. If I absorb it, I can definitely break 9. The 2 arms of that old guy, the Divine Emperor. This is a comprehensive improvement. If I break 9, I will help you guys too. Heavenly Hound wanted to rob them. If not for his lack of strength, he would really start robbing them. He was too greedy. The other Emperor's clones were almost burned to ashes. If they were forged by divine weapons, the divine weapons would have been destroyed. But the Emperor God's clones were really forged by flesh and blood. This was different. Fang Ping said impatiently, Your mentality almost changed qualitatively. Absorbing this is a waste. How is it a waste? Heavenly Hound said unwillingly. Mentality, changing qualitatively, is very difficult. Even if we find the void gate, it may not necessarily change qualitatively. But if we absorb this, it should be possible. Give it to me. If I eat it, I will definitely break 9. If I break 9, there will be a few in our group who have broken 9. Heavenly Hound was drooling. Breaking 9 was right in front of it. It was not far from breaking 9. If it swallowed the Emperor God's arms, its chances were high. Fong Ping pursed his lips. Everyone needed this. He would not give it to Heavenly Hound. Even if he did not use it, Heavenly King Jin did not use it. There were many people waiting in line to use it. Old Man Li, Ironhead, Old Wang, Old Zhang, these people could use it. Moreover, he could actually use it himself. Of course, if he used it, the improvement would be limited. He was already extremely strong now. He did not face any major obstacles. Using this was actually a bit of a waste. The effect would not be too good. At most, it would increase his vitality by 1,000,000. Therefore, Fong Ping did not plan to use it himself because it was really not worth it. Heavenly Hound's face was full of displeasure. It swung its tail at the cat that was playing at the side. This stupid cat, we are in the same group. Don't you know how to fight for some benefits for me? The cat grabbed its tail, looking at it strangely. Big Hound, are you trying to catch fleas? Heavenly Hound wanted to vomit blood. Catch your head. This stupid cat was never smart when it needed to be. It was as stupid as a pig. As they were talking, the void shook. Run. A loud roar was heard. In the next moment, Demon Emperor, Hong Kuan, Hong Yu, these people fell from the void and fled in all directions. Behind them, a long sword came, but just as it shattered the void, it left in an instant. The 3 realms were not peaceful. The Emperor God was also afraid that he would lose his life, divine weapon. As soon as he came out, he turned back immediately. Demon Emperor and the others fled in all directions. Each of them had a lingering fear. It was too dangerous. Initially, after killing Emperor West's clone, everyone thought it was over. Who knew that more and more powerhouses would come later. It was not powerhouses either. The Emperor God's divine weapon and Emperor East Emperor's divine weapon were coming one after another. They did not give up, but now even Emperor East's clone and Emperor of Heaven Reverse's clone had arrived. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to. These people fled from 9th Heaven. Fong Ping's eyes flickered as he looked around. Kill them. Fong Ping growled and looked at Heavenly King Zhen. Kill them and ruin the Emperor's plan. As soon as he said this, Heavenly King Jin frowned. You are forcing the Emperor to come. Fong Ping, bear with it. Now is not the time. It was really not the time. It was not that the Emperor could not come out now. If he came out, the source would be in chaos and they would suffer great losses. But once Fong Ping killed these people, they knew that even the Emperor would not kill them. Didn't they see that the Emperor himself did not attack them when he came? He just did not want to kill them. If he really wanted to kill them, where could they run to? Fong Ping's eyes glinted fiercely. He took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to kill them. He said in a low voice, Okay, I won't kill them now. I still need King Kuan. As he said this, he looked in one direction and asked in a low voice, What about him? Heavenly King Jin knew who he was talking about. He shook his head slightly. Don't act rashly for now. It is very likely to be the earthly emperor's true body. By now, Feng Yan's identity was about to be exposed. It was very likely to be the earthly emperor's true body. It was extremely powerful and did not feel like a clone. Otherwise, even if it was the Emperor God's clone, they would be able to detect some clues. Only the true body could hide from them. That was either the earthly emperor or the sun god. Only these 2 true bodies had not appeared. If it was the sun god, Heavenly King Zhen would more or less sense it. After thinking about it, it could only be the earthly emperor. The earthly emperor was in existence with a combat power of nearly 100 million. It was not something Fong Ping could match. Then let him continue to wander the 3 realms. Fong Ping was worried about Feng Yin. He did not know what this guy's purpose was, but he had been staying in the three realms. Previously, he even wanted to spy on them. However, Fong Ping was not a weakling. He sensed the abnormality and quickly shattered the void. Fong, you might want to test his strength. Heavenly King Jin saw that he wanted to fight everyone now and said hurriedly, "Go back first." "No, break ninth heaven first. Didn't you say you won't fight?" "Nonsense. Create chaos and let them return. Otherwise, they will know that they went to ninth heaven." Heavenly King Jin was also a decisive person. Without saying a word, he tore the void with a punch and shouted, "Hal, lend me the divine weapon!" As soon as he said that, ninth heaven was torn apart. At this moment, Dong Huang held the divine weapon and appeared instantly. The divine weapon was like a pagoda that pressed down. Kaboom! Heavenly King Jin flew backward. In the blink of an eye, a long sword came, slashing at him. At this moment, Fong Ping also threw a punch and deflected the long sword. Ninth heaven was in chaos. Fong Ping wanted to continue, but Heavenly King Jin suddenly shouted, "Go, there's a real body!" Fong Ping's expression changed. He quickly tore the void and escaped into the dark void. At this moment, a hand descended from ninth heaven. Heavenly King Jin saw this and shouted, "If you chase after us, the celestial source will be destroyed. Try it if you don't believe me." At this moment, the three realms seemed to see a shadow. It was incomparably huge, covering the sky and the sun. This aura was the same as when the emperor had descended that day. As for Fong Ping, his eyes were blood red. He laughed cruelly and said, "Come on, come. I'll kill all the origins of the three realms and ruin your 10,000 years of planning. Let's see if you dare to bear the wrath of the emperors." As soon as he said that, Fong Ping broke the void and landed in front of Hong Yu. Hong Yu's expression changed, and he fled quickly. However, Fong Ping threw a punch. Boom! The void collapsed. Hong Yu bled and fled again. Fong Ping went after him. Behind him, a palm as white as jade stopped. The emperor's voice was heard. "Fong Ping, you may have broken the 9 realms, but you can't defeat the emperors. If you kill them, the 3 realms will return to chaos, and you will die too. Don't threaten me." Fong Ping shouted, "Then I'll open the 3 realms again. I'll see how long you can live. I'll let you old men stay in the ground of origins until the end of your lives. Can you bear to do that?" The emperor chuckled. "Can you bear to do that? If you push me too far, you can try." Fong Ping did not back down. He went after Hong Yu and laughed. "Let's see if you kill me first, or if I kill them first. Godfather, go over there. When he comes to kill me, you destroy the celestial source." On the other side, Heavenly King Jin broke the void and appeared in 9th heaven. Emperor Dong Huang came again with the pagoda. He sighed. "You can't destroy the celestial source." Meow. A cat's meow was heard in 9th heaven. The next moment, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse's avatar appeared. "Cat, don't mess around." At this moment, the God Creation Ambassador and the others appeared in 9th heaven. Luan and Sherpa were there as well. The Emperor God's long sword appeared. The Emperor laughed. "Fong Ping, do you have a chance to destroy the celestial source? They were all intercepted. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can kill the others before I do?" The Emperor's giant hand came again. "You're forcing me, aren't you?" Fong Ping gritted his teeth. "I didn't want to argue with you, but you just had to force me. Looks like you didn't suffer enough last time." At this moment, Fong Ping was chanting. His voice echoed in the world. "Ancient, heroic spirits, listen to my call. Show yourself. Don't kill the useless Emperor Ping. Take the Emperor God's divine weapon. Destroy the celestial source and ruin the plans of these old men." The 3 realms were quiet. Fong Ping had gone crazy again. "What the F***CK are you summoning?" In the sea, Di Xing asked curiously, "Is he hinting at you?" He thought Fong Ping was hinting at Feng Yin. Taoist Feng Yin frowned. He was not sure. Or did Fong Ping have a plan? At the edge of ninth heaven, the boy's servant felt that Fong Ping was hinting at him. But did he think it was appropriate for him to show up now? If he showed up, some things would be exposed. For example, Zhang Tao and the others had been to ninth heaven and were not helping Fong Ping. If so, the emperors would definitely investigate the celestial source. When that happened, some things would be completely exposed. The boy's servant was hesitant. Fong Ping roared again, "Seed from the ancient times. Almighty seed, if you don't help me one more time, I'll kill you later. Do you still want your blind mother? If you get the divine weapon, I won't argue with you about what happened before. You owe me so much money. I won't charge you any interest." Everyone was in a trance. Even a seed was involved. Was he really summoning, or was it fake? It was fake, right? The emperor did not bother to say anything. The giant hand continued to cover Fong Ping. In ninth heaven, Emperor Heaven Reverse continued to stop Song Mao, and Emperor East continued to stop Heavenly King Jin. On the Divine Emperor's divine sword, an illusion appeared. The Divine Emperor's illusion. On the other side, the God Creation Envoy and the others looked solemn. There were many powerhouses who had broken through 8, but they might not succeed in suppressing this divine weapon. And the boy's servant had not appeared yet. Fong Ping did not seem to be summoning him. Fong Ping was in danger now. Should he save him? While the boy's servant was hesitating, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. At this moment, in the sea, a long saber suddenly shot out. It was extremely fast. It pierced through ninth heaven. Before everyone could regain their senses, the long saber slashed out, and the Divine Emperor's divine weapon also slashed out quickly. Rumble. A loud explosion. Energy swept through ninth heaven. The long saber shattered instantly, and the divine sword was also dim and dull. At this moment, the God Creation Envoy's eyes were bright, and he shouted, "Attack! Snatch the divine weapon!" There was really a powerhouse making a move. A saber cut through the spirituality of the divine sword. At this moment, the God Creation Envoy would not let go of this opportunity. With a roar, a golden hut appeared in his hand. Lock. The hut instantly covered heaven and earth, enveloping the divine sword. Not only that, the God Creation Envoy's 4 limbs suddenly broke and flew out. At this moment, his 4 limbs turned into 4 divine weapons. The divine weapon was like an iron chain, suddenly shooting out from all directions of the hut, locking the divine sword in the middle. Beside the God Creation Envoy, more than 10 avatars appeared again. They all stepped forward and grabbed the hut. The God Creation Envoy shouted, "Let's go, bring it home!" As he said that together with his avatar, he dragged the hut and fled frantically downwards. Old Zhang and the others were stunned, but they knew that they could not hesitate. They all exerted their strength, pulling the iron chain together and escaping towards the 3 realms. At this moment, the void shook. A deep and resounding roar sounded. "You dare to take away my divine weapon today? F*CK, your grandpa!" Fong Ping laughed out loud and roared, "If you have the guts, then descend. Let me see if your divine weapon is more important or if your source is more important. You have already lost your divine weapon. Can't you lose it?" No one paid attention to him. At this time, the human emperor could not care less about him. His mentality swept down from ninth heaven, instantly covering the forbidden sea. Rumble. The seawater was in turmoil, and countless demons died at the bottom of the sea. Who? The human emperor growled. Who attacked? In the next moment, his mentality swept in all directions again. On an island in the sea, Taoist Fengyan also took out his divine mirror, piercing through the sea, investigating the surroundings. However, at this moment, the human emperor's mentality swept over. Taoist Fengyan was somewhat helpless. The divine mirror erupted with light, and with a rumble, it pierced through the human emperor's mentality and shattered it. The human emperor's huge hand covered over. Taoist Fengyan was not interested in fighting him. He grabbed Dixing and disappeared instantly. There was a rumble. The island that he was on previously was directly crushed and sunk. At this moment, Fong Ping was laughing maniacally, breaking through ninth heaven with one strike, appearing near Dong Huang in an instant. He roared, "Kill Dong Huang, then take the divine weapon." Dong Huang looked helpless. He sighed softly and said, "Gee, suppress the immortal source. Don't cause any more trouble." The situation was getting more and more chaotic. Even 9 emperors felt that it was getting out of control. The waters of the 3 realms were really getting deeper and deeper. Who was the one who attacked just now? It should not be Feng Yun. Then who did it? Sun God. It should not be either. Fong Ping had really summoned a powerhouse. Not only that, Dong Huang vaguely felt that there were still some dangers on ninth heaven's side, as if there were powerhouses hiding there. Trouble. If the human emperor attacked again, there might be trouble on the immortal source side. The human emperor snorted softly. He did not continue to investigate, nor did he find trouble with Feng Yun. He retracted his palm and instantly covered Fong Ping and the others. Fong Ping and Heavenly King Jin did not dare to hesitate. They hurriedly tore the void and escaped again. The human emperor wanted to attack the god creation envoy again. Fong Ping scolded, "Are you F** King Nosy? Is that your divine weapon? Let the god emperor take it himself. If you interfere again, I'll find a chance to kill you next time. Once the war starts, you'll be the first to be killed. If you don't believe me, you can try. With the lives of the 3 realms, killing one of your emperors is still possible. You." The human emperor was stunned for a moment. The huge hand that covered the sky suddenly retracted. Was he afraid? Not really. The key was... Fong Ping was right. It was not the emperor's divine weapon. The emperor's sword was broken, and no one helped him retrieve it. The god emperor's divine weapon was lost. So be it. Gee, the void trembled. The god emperor seemed to have sensed the situation here and knew that his divine weapon was suppressed. He shouted again. However, the human emperor had disappeared. It was not that he had disappeared, but that he had retreated to the vicinity of the immortal source, as if he wanted to continue guarding the immortal source. It was not easy to make a move. Anyway, he had already lost all face last time. This time, he would just pretend that he was afraid of Fong Ping. Losing face once, he was not afraid of losing it a second time. Below, the god creation envoy and the others locked the divine sword and hurriedly ran towards the human world. They had made a killing. The god emperor's divine sword was actually locked by them. They were really going to make a fortune. On the other side, Hong Yu and the others quickly gathered together, each of them dumbfounded. Did they really snatch it away? That worked too. At this moment, King Kuin could not help but be tempted. He said in a low voice, How about we rob Dong Huang?" The Dong Huang divine weapon was still there. Of course, Dong Huang had a clone. It was very strong, but if they joined forces with Fong Ping and the others, if they snatched it, they would split it in half. It was really tempting. Hong Yu rubbed his forehead, looked at the sea area, looked at the ninth heaven and sighed. Don't look for trouble. Fong Ping can't wait for us to be killed. Why would he cooperate with us for the divine weapon? Moreover, the situation today is getting more and more complicated. Someone in the sea area had made a move. Taoist Feng Yin was also in the sea area now. In the Forbidden Sea, there were 2 top-notch powerhouses. Over at the ninth heaven, the situation was also complicated. At the source, there was unrest. If something happened, another emperor would descend. This situation was so complicated that even Hong Yu could not understand it. Where did so many powerhouses come from? What happened to the 3 realms? Fong Ping had broken through 9. Heavenly King Suppression had broken through 9. And the cat that was blocking Emperor of Heaven Reverse's clone seemed to have broken through 9 as well. Hong Yu felt that everyone needed to calm down. He said hurriedly, Don't move anymore. Right now, the Emperor has reached the critical point. If there are any more changes, I'm afraid they will descend directly without a care. They could not move anymore, now that the emperor had been forced to descend. If they continued to force it, there would be another emperor descending. Even they could feel the trembling of the Tao and the turbulence of the origin. If this continued, there might be problems. Without the 9 emperors to suppress the origin, they might not have a good ending.